Commissioners, this meeting is being streamed live on the county's website. The meeting is also being made available through Zoom webinar for members of the public who wish to provide comments during the citizen question and comment period later in your
Testing. Two. Testing.
So I think it'll be done before the meeting, but it's going very slow. So I'm a little concerned. It's at 27%. It's not.
Oh, no. Okay.
It's only my fault. I hit the wrong thing.
Yeah, that's okay. What's done is done. We just gotta.
We can't
deal
really
with it.
cancel it at this point, or else it will cause more problems.
You don't want that, yeah.
Yeah.
It says your computer may restart a few times.
Yes, that's why I didn't like that message either.
Okay. Well, good to know. We
So-
got some time still.
Yeah, I know. It's just, I do apologize.
That's fine.
We'll keep an eye on it here.
Yes. Thanks. Let Josh know.
I don't know if there's we have like a backup laptop that, I mean, we obviously do our own recording in here.
I have a laptop, but I don't.
It would record the audio.
Exactly. Maybe it's restarting.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're just going back to.
Yep. Well, we're up to 30%.
Yeah.
That's a good sign.
I started maybe 5 minutes ago, so it's, oh, here we go. Actually, it was slower when we got it.
In the 60s, so that's good.
Yeah,
it's not too cold in here. I saw David the other day and he was all bundled up in his coat.
Yeah, it's freezing in that back room.
Oh, no.
Last meeting it was too warm, and now it's too cold. I don't know.
Oh, no.
I think it's like 66 in there.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah. Our office, a month, well, I guess it was like 3 weeks ago, it was, because they put in these new controls.
Yeah,
I don't know where the one that, oh, it's over there in the corner.
okay.
But they put them all in our office, and our service desk room was 59 degrees for like a week straight. It was very uncomfortable. It was
That's just
really cold.
not livable, yeah.
All right, I think it's gonna finish.
Yay, we're saved.
Just make sure everything works okay.
Yeah.
Commissioners, this meeting is being
Yeah, it's still thinking about it. Yep, we are recording. It's got the camera and it's got the mirrored disc, so we are good.
All right, sorry about that. Yeah, I apologize.
All right, we are paused. This is the Board of County Commissioners' regular meeting on February 25th, 2025 in Board Chambers, Tavares, Florida.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Lake County Board of County Commissioners meeting, February 25th, 2025. And we're going to open our meeting today with an invocation given by Pastor Chase Allen of the First Baptist Church of Umatilla, and then we'll all remain standing, and Chase will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Well, good morning. As always, thank you for allowing me to be here to represent First Baptist Church of Umatilla, and most importantly, Jesus. So let's pray. Father, we thank you so much for this morning and for the chance we have to come together today for this meeting. And so, Lord, we thank you so much for the great county of Lake County, for all it stands for and represents. God, I pray that you would continue to be ever present in this county, that you would be in the midst of the conversations that happen today, the business that takes place today, Lord, and that all the things that we do would honor and glorify you. We love you. Thank you. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Moving on then to our agenda update. Jennifer Barker, County Manager. Do we have any changes or amendments?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. One change today, we added tab 32 as an addendum to the agenda since the agenda was first published.
Okay, so we've got, and that's the only change. Okay. Moving along then to minutes approval. Christy Mullane is here on behalf of Gary Cooney and the Clerk of Courts. And we have our minutes from December 17th.
We recommend approval.
All right, thank you. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Moving on then to citizen question and comment period. This is part of our meeting when the public can discuss items that are on today's agenda with the exception of any zoning items. Anyone who's joined our meeting through Zoom using their phone may press *9 to virtually raise their hands. Anyone participating through Zoom online, please click the raise hand button to let us know that you wish to speak. Everyone will have 3 minutes to speak. After 3 minutes, an alarm will sound, letting you know that your time is up. I'm going to first call on the speakers and the speaker cards that we have here in the board chambers, and then I'll ask Eric Ross whether we have anyone online who wishes to speak. Okay, all right, so public comment. We've got, actually all of these are on tabs, and when we get to the consent agenda, we actually have a request on item 4, so we'll pull that off of consent. But Eric, do we have anyone online? All right, we don't. So we're moving ahead then to the Clerk of Court's consent agenda. Christy.
Again, Christy Mullane with the Lake County Clerk's Office. We recommend approval of the consent agenda, items 1 and 2.
Do we have a motion?
Move approval. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes. Moving on then to proclamations. We have a proclamation. I need a motion on that. This is designating March 18th, 2025 as Transit Driver Appreciation Day.
So moved. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, then moving to our consent. We have Cindy Newton has asked that we pull tab 4. So do we have any other items that commissioners are wishing to pull off of consent?
I'd like to have tab 11 and tab 12 pulled.
Okay, any other items? All right, so we would need a motion for approval of consent less tab 4, 11, and 12.
Move for approval, tabs 3 to 22, minus 4, minus 11, minus 12.
Do we have a
Second.
second? Commissioner Smith, seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we'll take them in order. Tab 4, and we'll hear from Cindy Newton, who has comments on Tab 4, Cindy, are you ready to come up and speak?
Good morning. Cindy Newton, District 4. I stand before you today with a heavy heart to object to the proposed release of deed for the conservation easement. This easement's held in perpetuity. It's a promise made to the citizens of this county, a promise to protect our natural environment, preserve open space, and ensure long-term well-being of our community. We're here because we're being asked to make a choice that will impact our shared future. This choice is not about whether or not we want a better road network or more efficient commute. It's about trust, honoring commitments, and the foundation upon which our community is built. Let us not forget the recent history of a previous conservation easement vacated due to an unnoticed improper paperwork. A developer was then permitted to destroy a tree hammock. And now we're presented with a request to break another promise. The argument presented is that a road expansion necessitates the partial release of this easement. It sends a message that convenience, expediency, and perceived needs of the moment trump our long-term commitments to conservation. The citizens of this county recently demonstrated our overwhelming support for land acquisition through a referendum. We recognize the value of protecting natural resources, investing in our collective future. But what does the message of this proposal send to the citizens? It whispers the very fears that were voiced by the opposition to the referendum, that the commitment to perpetuity is in reality conditional and subject to the whims of developers and the demands of infrastructure projects. It will not matter how this particular easement came into conservation, and that intimate domain is why it's being released, or even that it represents a small portion of a conservation easement. It will just be remembered as a betrayal of trust. I'd like to know if all alternative solutions have been considered, and also for this road project, has the Four Corners Sand Mine DEVO environmental report been considered? I'd like to see the county demonstrate that we keep our word and affirm our commitment to the principles of conservation. Thank you for your time. Would you like a copy of the DEVO report?
Does that report specifically refer to this easement?
No. It refers to the why the land is in conservation because of the open space requirement for Four Corners Sand Mine, and also speaks to the water flow from south of the project up around where the road's going through.
Which, as I recall, that report was taken into consideration when the actual sand mine application was reviewed, and modifications were made to what was requested in order to accommodate and acknowledge what DEVO had put in that report. But I am interested in finding out more specifically about the easement, if we could have staff, or if there's a commissioner that wants to weigh in, but I thought maybe we could defer to staff first and get some additional information on the record.
Yeah, the way I understand this easement is due to the new 516 coming in?
Yes.
That's correct. So the original easement was a conservation easement from 2019 covering approximately 22 acres related to the sand mine. CFX has filed a petition in eminent domain naming the county because we are a third-party beneficiary. CFX is asking that the county release 1.541 acres, which will run along the span of the new road that they're putting in. If we do not approve this today, we can certainly fight it in court, but ultimately I do believe that CFX will win. It is an eminent domain action. It's not just a voluntary release by the county.
And of this how many acres?
1.541.
And it stretches how long?
I don't have the length, but it's whatever the length is.
Of the road, right? So we're talking maybe 25 feet in width along a distance of the roadway?
That sounds about right, yes.
So it was essentially one of those things that was a trade-off on, it was part of the negotiation on the application itself, and I'm just wondering, is the land itself, was it for open space, or was it actually sensitive from a hydrological standpoint, is this not something that CFX would have to also take into account if it was sensitive from an environmental standpoint? I'm just thinking that this was more of, you do a calculation, we need X amount of open space, can we pick up the open space somewhere else? But if it is in fact environmentally sensitive, I would think it would be important to weigh in with CFX to say, hey, you need to design the road in such a way that if this is environmentally sensitive. But my basic recollection was it was an open space calculation, and that we're not talking about something that is going to impact the hydrology.
Yeah, exactly. It's been fully mitigated. I mean, the impacts, CFX, of course, would be subject to all the state rules when it comes to wetland mitigation. So any mitigation CFX I can attest to has done what was asked, or probably even more with that. And I do think that was just a stretch, but just a portion, as Commissioner Smith had indicated, it's not the entire area. It's just that linear portion along the road there.
So it ends up being about 20.5 acres of conservation easement versus 22 acres total. And I appreciate your comments, Cindy, but
Yeah,
I think it's important that when we
420
make
acres
arguments about,
required for open space for the project.
right, but when we're making arguments about environmental impacts, I think it's really important to like hone in on the details as opposed to, okay, it was a promise. Easements, contracts, promises in general, right? That's what they're about. But there are circumstances that change and you adapt to them. And again, I think it's really important the CFX is doing what they need to do to make sure that they're not creating a negative environmental impact. But this one doesn't sound to me like it's a scenario where we're changing the underground hydrology, we're impacting protected species. You know, this is like a road's being built and some things need to be shifted around. And at the time that this was put in place, they didn't know exactly where that road was going to go. Now we know exactly where the road's going to go, and you got to adapt. And it's just, so I don't want to sound insensitive, but I think you got to kind of choose your battles so that when you make an argument that we're doing some horrible thing by releasing a portion of an easement that's probably going to be extinguished as a result of an eminent domain case anyway, that we're really not doing some really terrible thing. We're doing something that's very practical, and we're making sure that the agency that's building the road is doing this in a way that protects the environment. Sir.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say, we just happened to have a person that's very well in tune with the Four Corners and environmental issues, happened to be on the board as a CFX.
Well, thank you. Yes.
And I'm sure that you paid attention to all this while you were going through this.
Thank you. And I was just about to say, you know, CFX was instrumental in the 40 to 45 plus acres of the wildlife corridor right in that corner near the state park on 27 there, the opposite side, of course, and is working, quite frankly, on additional lands for dedication to the wildlife corridor. So that's where I had kind of indicated earlier. I'm very proud of the CFX efforts to make this as a very sustainable or conservation-minded road, as I say often, as everybody here hears me say regularly. They've done a great job going above and beyond that. So,
But thank you for your comments. Appreciate them. Do we have a motion on tab 4?
You want me to? I'll make a motion to approve tab 4. Thank you. Second.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, moving on then to tab 11.
Yeah, and this is just basically for our county attorney. This application is for open vendor requirements, and I just want to make sure that if we approve this, this would still allow a landowner to have a permanent use for open vendor.
That's correct. They would just need to come in and file a site plan to get commercial approvals.
So this is just for the people who just pull off the side of the road and sell stuff?
Correct. The open-air vendor code is intended to be a temporary use, and unfortunately, some vendors are using it as a permanent way to sell their materials.
And just so the public knows, it doesn't have any effect on a landowner that wants to have a permanent use for open-air vendors?
That's correct.
Okay. Make a motion to approve?
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I want to call for discussion because I wanted this to be pulled anyway. My concern is that we have a full understanding of what the site plan requirements would require. I hate to see us create a super burdensome situation, like, do they have to be bathrooms? Does it have to be public bathrooms? I mean, I don't want to lose, and I'm going to just put it out on the table, I don't want to lose the boiled peanut vendors because they've got to put a bathroom in place in order to have, to sell their boiled peanuts. And site plan review can be expensive. You got to hire an engineer. You got to get it designed. You got to submit it. You got to go through all the process, and then you got to do whatever the improvements are that you got to make in order to adhere. So I'm not sure that 2 months is the way to go for an open air vendor without then requiring them to be permanent if they're going to do more than 2 months. And maybe 2 months, maybe you all think 2 months is enough because football season, boiled peanuts, that's
Can we
usually
just do carve out for peanuts?
It seems to me like people have gone to the beach a lot here.
Both Cajun and the normal variety.
The way that they do it on 44 Haynes Creek is they're there 2 days a week. So it adds up to.
How would that work with what we're proposing? Because I think we've got it as consecutive.
We also have to remember the people who have brick and mortar stores that pay the taxes and the water bills and utility bills.
So you're saying I need to go to Circle K to get my boiled peanuts?
No, I'm saying that this ordinance fits well unless somebody wants to have a permanent space and that it allows them to do that as well.
Yeah.
So I have a question. So is it, to confirm though, is it consecutive or the weekend person? How's this?
It is currently written that when you come in and ask for an open-air vendor permit, it is issued for a 30-day period. The discussion with staff about doing smaller increments, unfortunately, is a huge administrative issue because if you only do weekends, now you've got to have staff out there on weekends to make sure that they're only there Saturday and Sunday, and they're not there Friday night or Monday morning. So that was why it came down to a discussion of if we do 30-day increments, you can be there for 30 days straight, you can leave your vehicle there, you can put your signs up, whatever the case may be, and then you can do that twice per year. And if you wanted to do it more than twice per year, you would come in and get commercial approvals, because this should only be happening on commercial property anyway.
Was the issue, though, mainly about the shoulders of our roads getting destroyed by cars pulling in and out at these various locations? Could we address this by requiring a commercial apron?
So this ordinance would require a commercial apron. So that is one of the things that staff has raised the concern about, is the constant cars on and off the road are destroying the shoulders of the road. I don't see Glenn here. I know there were some code enforcement issues. I believe there was a vendor down in, might have been Commissioner Park's district, that was causing severe traffic issues because of where they were located on a corner. So it's been a variety of issues with this particular code provision.
I mean, some locations certainly are safer than others, and some I could see creating a traffic problem, others wouldn't. I don't know if there's a way to sort of trigger that kind of review if there's a complaint about, traffic concerns. But my preference would be that we take the least intrusive measures to try to correct what are the problems right now, and then revisit it if it continues to be a problem. And then maybe there could be some criteria for a further review if there have been accidents or there have been observed conditions that are creating problems for traffic. that's, I mean, I know this, we have a motion, we have a second. This would be approval to move forward and advertise. So there's still opportunity for change, so you could move forward, but we would probably, Melanie, if we reduce the restrictions, it wouldn't hold up the ultimate adoption hearing, would it? Or would we need to re-advertise if we change it significantly?
Right. If you reduce the restrictions, you don't have to re-advertise. If you decide to go more restrictive or make major changes, I would recommend re-advertising.
Okay, so, yes, further discussion.
Well, a question about that. So I want to make sure we get this right for the sake of good boiled peanuts. But if we do make a change to maybe going back and looking at the weekend, and I know that you have concerns about the time, is that going to, we're going to have to re-advertise that as significant change?
What I would suggest we do at this point is just go ahead and table it, and maybe we'll bring it back and workshop it, and then you guys can throw out whatever ideas you want, versus trying to do a piecemeal and continuing to come back and make changes to it, so.
I think it's a good idea.
All right, so I suggest that if we're going to table this thing, then we can deny my motion in a second, and I'll make a motion to table it.
Okay, all right, so all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
No,
Did we get a second to his?
No, he made a motion to,
no, we need to make I've already got a motion in a second to approve, so there needs to be a denial vote, and then I'll make a motion to.
right, so I'm going to call for the vote, and based on our discussion just now, I think we're going to get no one saying aye and everyone saying opposed. So all in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say aye. Aye. Okay, it
I was
failed.
going to say aye on the approval, but
I know, it's counterintuitive. Okay, so we
I'll make a motion that we table this item for further discussion.
We have a second. Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so this item is tabled, and we'll bring it
Can I
back
just
for
say
further
one more
discussion.
comment about it?
Sure.
We'll workshop it later, but I'm totally fine. I think I don't see an issue with just being specific about the type of goods that we should be exempting. I think literally we said you could sell hot boiled peanuts. Like, I think that would be a better way to write the law, because honestly, we're going to be able to keep those guys there, but then get rid of a lot of the other types of bizarre flea market type stuff you get sometimes in these areas.
Like the bigger food trucks is what you're referring to?
Yeah, something like that.
But
So
you still need to monitor what's going on the shoulders, though. I think that's what
true.
created this, was they're destroying the shoulders going
Well,
on.
those are good comments that we can take forward as we have further discussion about it.
thank you.
Okay. All right, moving then to item 12. This is Commissioner Smith wanted this discussed.
Yes, this here is a request to purchase a pumper out at Station 13 for $1.12 million. Chief? And I think maybe what I would like to request is just to be tabled for more information, and when I go through this, I think that you'll understand what I'm talking about.
Good afternoon, David Kilberry, Public Safety Director.
So I know that we've had some conversation on this. My thought process is, as we know, the fire service is changing, and we need to start thinking outside the box of what we can do. When a pumper starts to get to end of life, it doesn't necessarily automatically mean we need to buy another pumper for $1.2 million. My thought process is maybe what if we purchase a quick attack truck and have, because when we call for a structure fire, 2 or 3 pumpers show up anyway. So if we have the first initial response, maybe it's just a dumpster fire and you don't need a full pumper apparatus with all of it. But there may be an opportunity for like a quick attack truck that has everything on there that you need, SCBAs, jaws of life, all your stuff you need, ladders, and 500-gallon tank or 1,000-gallon tank. That would be significantly less money, but still have the same effect, because from the data I'm seeing so far, and the reason why I'd like to table this is I'd like to have more data. A couple of things. One is the data on the actual calls. I'm thinking the actual calls out of our fire service, 90% of that is medical, 10% of that is a fire engine. However, of those 10%, probably 10% of that is actually needing a pumper. So we need to get that information quantified. And I know that there is a question about the ISO rating. So if we, and the requirements of keeping an eye at the ISO rating where it is, so maybe we can have our pumper that we're going to retire, keep it in a standby status, and keep the maintenance up on it. It would be less maintenance because it's not run as much, and use the quick attack truck for all the other calls. And that's the reason why I brought this up. I just think we need to table it for more information. And Chief, I'd be more than happy to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. We can meet with you, Commissioner, and go over the requirements and things like that. I have some concerns, and I think when we meet and go over some of those things, you'd understand clearly the need for it. Yeah.
And I wouldn't mind hearing a little bit more about that, what your thoughts are on the need, because I know, what you described is 90% of the calls are medical, 10% are fire, 10% of those need a pumper truck. The problem is when you need the pumper truck, you need the pumper truck. So, and if it affects the ISO rating, that's huge, because that is the only place, two places where we really interface with the public. One is when they need the services, two, when they get their insurance bill.
Sure.
Those two times. So if we're messing around with the ISO rating, that's a problem. That could be a problem. So I wouldn't mind hearing a little bit more, or maybe we can have one-on-one meetings and then bring it back after.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I want to table it, and that's the reason why the option was to keep the initial pumper at the station, but not have it run continuously to where you need to have it replaced every 5 years, because it wouldn't mess with your ISO rating.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't cost a fortune, and the fact that
Correct.
you're not running it very much.
That's the reason why you keep that. That's the reason why you keep that full pumper there in service, but you mainly run your quick attack truck on all your calls.
Well, the other thing is, it looks like we're going to pay $1.1 million up front, and there's got to be a way to negotiate paying quarterly or yearly or something, and
right. And when people
have a bond, maybe that's the way they do it, but. And of course, this is for a Pierce, and I know that E1 makes them, and I don't know if there was a bid process on it or not, but.
Yeah, there was.
I'm sure there's the bid process, and this $1.2 million, even though if we purchased the vehicle today, it'd be 3 years before it becomes in service. So timelines are also a thing that we need to look at when we have this brought back up, if it's allowed to bring back up. That's why I would like to have this tabled. And I can ask more questions, y'all can ask questions, and the chief can bring back a solid answer with all the facts that we're asking him.
And Commissioners, I'm happy to set up one-on-one meetings with each of you and Chief Kilberry and Tommy Carpenter and myself, and make sure that you get all of your questions answered if you choose to table it today.
Okay.
All right, well, you want to table it? Do we have a motion to table it?
I make a motion to table tab 12.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor to table, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, it passes, and we'll table it, and hopefully have those conversations quickly so that this could come back up one way or the other, and we're making a decision.
Hopefully this conversation happen this week.
Okay, this week, I think that's a good goal to shoot for. All right, thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, now moving on to.
Before we, Chief, and thank you and your staff for getting the information I've received so far. I know they worked hard, it's just I needed a little more, so don't let them, it's very well received, and thank you very much for that.
I appreciate that, and thanks to Larry Martin in the GIS. He was instrumental in the quick turnaround on that, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, Chairman.
Okay, presentations, tab 23. Kathleen Dial.
Good morning. For the record, Kathleen Dial, Executive Director of Development Services. Today we have Neil Hamilton, Vice President of Research and Strategy with the Orlando Economic Partnership. here to present the 2025 Lake County Economic Forecast, which will cover national, state, regional, and Lake County specific indicators for 2025. So I will turn it over to Neil for the presentation.
Well, good morning, and thank you. I appreciate the return invite, having been here last year. It's nice. I have three boys, two in soccer, so it's nice to be in Lake County and not be at the National Training Complex in Claremont. So today, my job today is to cut through the noise. There's a lot of noise in the economy right now. My job is to bring that down to Lake County's level. Say, okay, what does it actually mean for Lake County? So should I be pointing this in a direction? There we go. So I'm going to spend the bulk of my time on the Lake County detail, which I think is where the real value is. But we do need to recognize that the county is part of the region, is part of the state, is part of the nation, so it all cascades down. And when I talk about region, this is for the new commissioners, I'm talking about the federally designated metropolitan statistical area, which includes Lake, Orange, Osceola, and Seminole County. So start off on the national outlook. Again, 2024, by all accounts, really robust, solid year. I remember being here last year. Inflation was raging, uncertainty was creeping up because it was an election year, and there was a lot of uncertainty in the market. Turned out 2024 was almost as good as 2023 in GDP terms. I think we finalized at 2.8% GDP growth nationally. The previous year was 2.9%, and that was all in the consumer. The consumer continued to spend against all odds. You see that second chart. Consumer spending actually went up through the year and surpassed 2023 levels. The reason was largely because the labour market remained robust, resilient. People were not scared about their jobs. They were not concerned they were going to lose their jobs, so they kept on spending. Again, by all accounts, nationally, a great year. We then move into this current year, 2025, and we do have some headwinds. I think, the problem with the momentum we saw in 2024 is the momentum we saw in 2024. So I think we're not going to see interest rates cut for probably until at least mid-year. That would stoke inflation. Inflation is still stubbornly high. We actually went up last month back to 3%. That's a whole lot above the 2% target. And then we do have this gathering headwind of tariffs, the possibility of tariffs. Tariffs, by definition, are inflationary. It all depends on how much the company chooses to pass to the consumer. So the jury's out, but I think the consensus forecast is it generally takes tariffs 2 months to wash out and come into the consumer. There's a lot of goods in warehouse distribution space around the country right now is already here. We're going to find out. That's probably going to weigh growth moving forward, second, third quarter, combined with high inflation. So I think and this is a Wells Fargo forecast that I like. It's generally pretty mainstream. I think we're going to see growth slow, and nationally from 2.5 to 2.3 is the forecast. That's not a bad clip. 2.3 historically is kind of there with the 30-year long-term average. In terms of the state, 2024, again, we performed, all things considered, pretty well. It's not a surprise that the state in every quarter would outpace the nation. I talked about our baked-in fundamentals in Florida, the Florida factor, it's ongoing population growth, it's wealth migration. Those are still in our favour. Population growth may slow, but I think last year it was fine. We outpaced the nation, projected about 3.7% GDP versus that 2.8 I just spoke about. Employment slowed a little bit towards the end of, is that a better one? Okay. Towards the end of the year. That was hurricane related. It's also just in general, I kind of characterize the slowdown in employment as companies were just taking a break. We had the frenzy post-pandemic. They decided things were, let's just, there's some uncertainty in the market as we march towards the presidential election. Instead of hiring 10 people, let's hire 5 people. So that's the slowdown, plus active hurricane season. And you'll see monthly employment average gains down to about 12,000 from 21,000 last year. Now, the state is likewise going to slow, I think. The gathering agreement, I believe, is that those population growth, wealth migration factors, that's going to more than offset any negative impacts we have from new tariff policies, new immigration policies. As a state, we are exposed more than most. We're, with the self-styled gateway to the Americas, we have a larger immigrant population. I think 1 in 5 of this region was born overseas, myself included. So we need to recognize that those are headwinds, but the population growth is probably going to slow a little bit, but still be robust enough to offset some of these unknown headwinds. We're looking at about GDP dropping to 3.1% next year, which is still very healthy, still above the state, still above the US. Job growth will slow likewise. Unemployment, a very small tick up. I'll get into why it's a very small increase later, but it's to do with the labour force participation. Talk about our region. We were the 6th fastest growing. We're a year behind in GDP for the region. It's 2023, we were the 6th fastest growing regional economy in the US, large regional economy in the US. I like to compare ourselves to the top 30 MS. We're the 21st most populous region in the country. So let's compare ourselves against that competitive set. We were the 6th fastest. We can get away with saying we were the fastest growing, but it's disingenuous because that includes inflation. Inflation in Florida was higher than average. If you don't account for inflation, we were the fastest growing large metro last year. We do account for it, we dropped to 6th. So that takes us into 2024. At the partnership, we have a survey of local businesses. We get some participation from Lake County. We typically 200 to 300 companies that tell us how they're performing, how they're feeling, what their top challenges, what their top opportunities are. So moving into 2024, companies they were still going great. They did flag cost pressures as inflation beginning to bite as their single biggest challenge in every quarter last year, and that's why we see profitability. At that first chart, let me just explain a little bit. A net balance is we ask companies, did your revenue last quarter increase, decrease, stay the same? So we take the percentage that said it was increase minus those that decrease, and that's the net balance. So the fact all of those lines are above zero means more businesses are doing well than are not. So generally speaking, it was still a strong year. We see to the right-hand side, the confidence chart. We ask companies, how confident are you? Are you confident, in the US economy moving forward? Yes, no, not sure. Are you confident in your own business? Are you confident in the regional economy and so on? We saw a decline mid-2024 confidence in the national economy as we approached the election. And I think when the choice became quite clear quite evident that the choice was quite stark. Two sides, very different policies. Businesses, they just love certainty. They just love certainty. They love clarity. So I think as we were very deliberate in the fourth quarter to make sure we put that survey out after the election, and we asked them, how are you feeling now? And confidence shot up. Again, to do with the fact clarity was there. And anecdotally, as we move into the first quarter of 2025, that clarity is not fully resolved. There's still a lot of uncertainty in the market. It's something I don't have survey results for Q1. It's still in the field, but we'll find out what happens. Our job growth in the region, actually, it softened quite significantly last year. A couple of reasons for that. First of all, tourism. I call it the delayed tourism. It's the Epic Universe effect. So tourism added a ton of jobs in 2023, not so much in 2024. And that's because we've cycled through a lot of tourists coming out of the pandemic. And then if they're maybe thinking of coming back, they're like, you know what, there's a new park coming online in 2025. Let's just wait. So that we've moved that tourism job creation maybe to 2025. Also healthcare, that's softened a little bit. It's still adding a lot of jobs. I think they've been more busy building facilities than hiring the people to go in them. A lot of that going on. Retail softened. That's a direct impact of some of these cost pressures. A lot of retail went out of business. Restaurants went out of business. And then in Orlando, we have some exposure to what I call back office restaurant type things, like consumer-facing sectors, maybe it's Tijuana Flats, other companies had some cost pressure issues, maybe had to not hire, or had to lose some jobs in the process. We also had the hurricanes. I should add that 16,000 I expect to be revised up in about a couple of weeks when we get the final data. That's happened in every previous year that I've been back in the US. Probably land about 25,000, which is marginally below what I'd like us to be, about 30,000 as a sustainable job creation target. I do believe with more confidence, more clarity in the market in 2025, we're going to rebound to that sort of 30,000 level. You'll see the chart on the right. Again, we fell below the US growth late in the year, primarily to do with the hurricane season in October. We're gonna recover that, I think. And the labour market closed at 3%, still very tight. We use job postings as a proxy for labour demand. They're down about 10% from pre-pandemic levels, but still very strong. There are still, in the region, there are still more jobs looking for people than people looking for jobs. So it's still a very tight labour market. Something I want to flag that people aren't really talking a whole lot about. Our labour force contracted last year. This is for Florida, it's never really happened outside of a pandemic, outside of a recession. I think there are some headwinds where the people who are moving into Florida look a whole lot different from the people that are moving out. We're maybe losing some people for cost reasons. We're losing some teachers, some nurses, and we're replacing them with maybe older people who are not as attached to the labour force. So that's something we've got to keep an eye on moving forward as we think about what is attractive to a business looking at Lake County, the Orlando region. So Lake County. Lake County's population growth has been disproportionately, almost exclusively driven by domestic migration. That's the first point I want to make. We continue, here in Lake County, population growth still far above the state, far above the region. 3.5% in the state and region, even with this post-pandemic bounce, has been about 2%. I think that second chart tells you everything you need to know. Lake County accounts for about 15% of the regional population, but has attracted close to 40% of net migration in the last 3 or 4 years. More in absolute terms than Orange County, Osceola, Seminole, by a country mile. You can add a couple of those up and still not get to Lake County. It shows how attractive Lake County is to the people that are migrating to our region. Just as critically, bearing in mind my comment that Lake County is disproportionately driven by domestic migration, we are not seeing the same tapering off of domestic migration that we see in Orange County, that we see in Seminole County, and to a lesser extent Osceola County. You'll see it's the orange one for Lake County. You've actually gone from 12,000 to 14,400 to 14,600. You've actually gone up a little bit in domestic. These are people from elsewhere in the US. Forget international. A lot of international migration to our region lands in Orange County or Osceola County. But they're losing some folks domestically. That's not the case for Lake County. It makes me really confident moving forward as people move here, they bring their money, they bring their spending, and that's going to underpin a lot of the growth we're going to see in the future. This has always been the case. IRS migration data, this excludes international arrivals. I think the theme here, to me, is quite clear, and it's it's on the wall. It's real Florida, real close. Why Lake County is getting a lot of people from Orange County. The very modest deficits that we're running, and by a deficit I mean more people leaving for there than coming here. The very modest deficits are to neighbouring counties like Marion County, Sumter, which captures that sort of real Florida, real close, even more so than Lake County in the sense of cost. I know Commissioner Parks, we had a discussion last year. Well, Lake County is not really that cheap. A new build in Claremont, not that much more expensive than a new build in downtown Orlando, but it's still cheaper. And I think there's a lot of people moving from southern Florida, from elsewhere in this region to Lake County because the perception is it's still a little more rural, more life balance, and I expect that to continue. I don't see that switching anytime soon. The county's economy. I'm pleased to say you were the fastest growing county in our region in GDP terms in 2023, 5.4%. And that's within a region which, again, was the 6th fastest growing region. So you're well placed for that. I will flag that a lot of the growth, and this is true also of employment in Lake County, they're population-serving sectors. So it's retail, it's real estate, it's healthcare. This is to service that growing population I've spoke about. So you always want to diversify a little bit of that for a rainy day. It's not raining right now, but it could rain in the future. So it's always something you have to keep in mind, but still fastest growing GDP in the region in 2023. Employment, likewise, we're seeing some slowdown, but again, we're even further behind at the county level, but 2.4% relative to 1.1 through mid-year 2024, still a strong, solid performance in Lake County. I will say the last 12 months, I did some calculations here, it's in the box, about 50% of the new jobs added in this county were either retail and healthcare. Also, it's not on the slide, but I'll look back, on the 2019 to 2024 5-year period, which sectors added the most jobs in this county? It was construction, retail, healthcare, and what we call accommodation and food. That's like, hotels, bars and restaurants. Again, population-serving sectors. It's just something to always keep in mind that, again, it's not raining right now, but let's try and diversify, if we can, a little bit, so that if that population growth ever slows, as we're seeing statewide, elsewhere, that we have something else to work with. But for now, it's still a positive story. Wage growth, I did want to flag. We're back to where we should be. Everyone talks about standard cost of living raise, 3%, give or take, and that's roughly where we're at. Historically, it was 2.7% here. We're now at 3.7, a little higher. Again, that's the reason it's come down. The reason it was so elevated in 2021, 2022, because of those sectors I've just mentioned. Retail, there was real labour shortage supply, so that bid up wages. But now those same sectors are experiencing cost pressures. Their profit margins maybe don't quite make sense to offer the same raises. So wage growth slows a little bit, but still positive. I know we had some discussion last year, I apologise, around commuting patterns into the county. I've updated these charts, but it's still the same story. I think there's this huge opportunity for this county. There's about 70% of people who work in Lake County leave this county for work. So if I'm an economic developer for Lake County, one of my priorities is to get those people working in the county, spending their daytime dollars in the county. So I've given some colour on that, but the delta between the orange line and the grey line, that difference, and it's over 100,000 people, once you take out the people who work in Lake County who actually don't live here, these are people that we need to be capturing locally by creating local jobs. Also, I know there's always been a question around how many people are travelling to Disney Universal from Lake County. So I've given that. It's a total of about 13,000 people leaving Lake County for the theme parks. Also, as I look at that chart, we're coming up, there's almost as many people, Lake County residents, work in Orange County as do Lake County. So that's something we need to keep an eye on too. The labour market right here in the county, again, very tight, softened a little bit through 2024 to the point where we now have more people unemployed than job postings. And again, but we are insulated. I've spoken about this before. Healthcare, as recession-proof as they come, healthcare is the dominant demand driver for people looking for work here. It just carries a very specialised skill set, so it's not everyone can get a job in healthcare. I wanted to flag this as well as we talk about a potential future slowdown in population growth, not here right now, but elsewhere in the state. We can piece together data that looks at who moves into Lake County versus who moves out. And right now, there's about 40% of people that are everyone moving out, they're in that prime demographic of 18 to 34. Only about 20% of the people moving in are in that prime demographic. So that's going to weigh on a labour force participation rate that's already low. Because of the age profile in the county, it's only 54.4% labour force participation rate. So how do we get that up a little bit? That would be something. Companies, they want a labour force that's active, that can go to work. So it's just something, again, to stick in the back of your mind as we move forward. I think the median age of people locating into Lake County is about 49. Those moving out close somewhere in the 30s. So it's just something to consider. I do want to close, and hopefully I've got time for questions, with this chart, which is always, for everything I've spoke about, possible headwinds as well. And over the next decade, Lake is still projected as an employment centre to be one of the fastest growing counties in this state. Let's not lose sight of that. I think, I filter this because it's easy to achieve small growth from a low base. So I kick out every county that's got less than 100,000 jobs. So these are large counties, and Lake County is right up there with Osceola and St. John's. I'll get a quick summary, and hopefully I've got time for questions. The U.S. economy, pretty confident, shall slow next year. Florida and Orlando will probably follow suit, but whatever happens, we're going to outperform the nation. That's almost a given, based on the population trends we've seen historically. And then Lake County, I think, as long as that domestic migration continues, and there's no sign whatsoever of it slowing down, based on the position within the region and the fact Seminole County, Orange County are maybe perceived to be higher cost than Lake County, I think a lot more people are going to arrive here. So I think any headwinds that arrive, Lake County is in a great spot, frankly. I don't see major headwinds coming up for the 2025 in Lake County. I'll close my comments there, and hopefully if there's any questions, I'd love to take them.
Questions? Commissioner Parks?
Yeah, Neil, thank you. I always appreciate this presentation, and it's important as we go into our budget process to kind of start off with getting this information. So thank you again, second or third year in a row, I believe. So great job. I think what was just more of a general comment is what was telltale to me was slides 21 and 19. I don't know if you want to put those back up, but just very quickly, some of what we probably already know. It's just, yeah, just start with 21, I guess, slide 21.
I don't know, is that the correct one? Or?
Yeah, we can go one more. Gotta keep going. We'll start there. We'll start at 19. Okay. Obviously, what's important here is the percentage of people working in Orange County and other places far obviously outnumbers Lake County, and you kind of hit the head on the nail on the head. You know what I mean? Right. That's a problem for us, and I think that's why we're putting the job centers. We're trying to put job centers on the map. So just more of a comment there. And if you go to slide 21.
Before or after? I apologize.
No, right now, to the next slide. Yeah, 21. Yep. Yeah, forward, I'm sorry. Yeah, one more. Yeah, and I thought that was, and maybe this is a question, I thought this was really significant here. So that age group, 18 to 34, this is a big problem for us. Only 21% are moving into the county. Mm-hmm. That's correct?
So the 21, sorry, which figure did you say?
No, I'm just saying, so I just wanted to confirm. So that's saying right here that only 21% of that age group is moving into.
No, it's of all the people moving in, 20% are in that age group, which is less than it would be typically in the population. And close to 40% of everyone moving out of Lake are in that age group.
Okay.
So it's a bit of a head scratcher, and I can supply more background detail.
No, I just didn't know because I mean I'm trying to think when we make decisions for the next generation. I'm thinking that could be a problem for us in the county if we're not getting enough people from that age group.
Correct, and it's not
choosing to come in here.
It's not. This is not an issue that's unique to Lake County. It's throughout the state of Florida actually. I think when I saw that labour force start to decline, and we've only lost 2,000 from the labour force in Lake County. About 16,000 in the last year regionally. A lot of, it takes a while for the data to catch up and pinpoint why exactly it's happening. The original working theory from myself, from some economists at the state, were retirements. People are retiring, and that makes sense because they'll drop out of the labour force and take their employment with them, basically, and maybe they don't get backfilled, maybe it's manufacturing, it's automated. As more data trickles through, it seems to be we are, in the state of Florida, losing people across all age groups, and we can't speculate why it could be caused. It could, I think Florida is no longer as attractive. You come out of college, I hear horror stories how much a downtown apartment is in Orlando, or even maybe in Claremont. I'm not sure, but So I think there's costs, there's maybe some political challenges, not challenges, but, people are saying, okay, well, maybe I'm on this side of the fence and Florida's went this way. Maybe I'll think twice after college moving to Florida, so.
So cost of housing affordability probably factors into that,
absolutely.
that age group, and then
I think so.
quality of life maybe.
Rental affordability, yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. I even anecdotally have, personal friends that, life is no longer cheap. I am cursed by having left Florida 2017, sold my house in Orange County, bought the same house 5 years later after I went back to Scotland. Not the same house 2 streets over, and it was about double the price. And that's some sticker shock because I live in I first moved here to grad school at Florida in the early 2000s. That's the Florida my head is still in. I can't quite square away the cost of certain things. So it's a consideration for that younger generation, of course.
Okay.
I want to ask a question, though. When you go to the next number, 35 to 54, we actually have more immigration in that. So maybe it's that,
Maybe it's that as a total of the percentage. So I can get all the raw data for this for you. Work with Kathleen.
I was curious, too, on the labor force participation rate. Does that factor in the age groups? Like, can you stratify that so that, because we know that we have a large retired population.
Right. Yeah. So they're not in the labor force. They're not participating. So that's really why it's low. I
mean, if you took everybody in all of these bars who were retired out, if there was a way to drill down so you actually understood, okay, if our demographics, if we pulled out people that couldn't be in the labor force or weren't because they were retired, it would be interesting to see what that number looked like.
Different number.
It would be a different number.
It would be, yep.
We're in that age group.
Yeah, you are.
It's a very, I'm bringing this up because this is not a Lake County problem. This is a Florida problem. So,
but is it a problem?
Oh, yeah, right.
Because I guess it's a problem from the standpoint of you need folks in certain industries to help provide services for the retirees.
My business of economic development, we're selling the region based on its talent. And if that talent is not in the labor force, it's a challenge, personally and selfishly. But, in terms of these people being in the older generation, spending money, not an issue. It's more a sort of economic development strategy and target,
Yeah.
That's where my head's coming from, so.
Yeah, but it is fascinating to see, and I don't think it's any surprise to all of us, the rate of population growth in our county. We are certainly attracting a disproportionate number of people who want to live in Florida are finding us, and a lot of them are coming from adjoining counties, in particular,
and also
Orange County.
Also South Florida.
South
Florida, there's a migration north. And, some stop in Osceola, some more often than not wind up in Lake County. But it's still, it's interesting. I think you're in a unique spot in that a lot of your new residents are coming from elsewhere in Florida.
And historically, it happens after hurricanes hit those areas hard, and insurance rates also impact that. So it just seems like we tend to get an influx of people that want to stay in Florida, but they don't want to be right on the coast, or they're looking for a quieter lifestyle, which that's our big challenge, right? Because this is our quality of life and character that people come here for, and at the same time, the more people that come here, we feel like that character and way of life is threatened by road congestion, everything being busier and all of that.
And that's the conundrum. I think as a region, we're at an inflection point where, and maybe not so much Lake County, but as a region, we're at an inflection point, and we used to sell Florida as low cost. Now we're selling lower cost, high quality. We got to find our niche. We're still lower cost relative to New York, Chicago, LA, but we've got to lead more with quality than cost, because cost can be a bit of a race to the bottom. We don't like to compete on cost. You get companies that they'll take advantage of that low cost, and then when that cost changes, as you evolve and mature, they will move on to the next community. So we were always wary of competing too much in cost. But I think in the short term, Lake County's cost proposition far stronger than elsewhere in the region.
Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, I just got a couple of questions, and you may have already explained this. On tab 21, your in and out migration for the 18 to 34-year-olds. I'm kind of wondering, one, how do you quantify that? Is it 18 to 22-year-olds going off to college? Is that included in there?
Yeah, yes, it would be. And you would hope they would boomerang back, but they will be captured.
Right, but they'd be coming back, I don't know, maybe at 30 or 32, maybe. The next question is, do you have any data for 2024? Because this is 2023.
No, this is the world I live in, unfortunately. The smaller we go to geography, the more in the past we become. And so...
I'm kind of wondering, do you see a trend moving in a different direction in 2024 than you see the trend in 2023?
No.
You see the same migration at the age level of 18 to 34, about the same range as you do in 23 as you do in 24?
I think there's a lot of chat right now is around younger people, not just leaving counties, but leaving Florida.
And are these people that have physically moved their location address, or is it that they just say they work in a different county?
No, these are physically moving. So the Census Bureau, they do an annual survey in place of the regular census, and they ask a lot of people different questions. Part of those questions are, where do you live now versus where do you live last year?
Okay,
you combine that with their demographics, their income levels, you can paint a picture of who's moving in, who's moving out, what the residual is.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for being here today. And yeah, if anybody wants to drill down further, I'm sure you would make yourself available and we can work through Kathleen.
And my last comment, I love working with Kathleen and Meg, so any questions you have with them, please, or for me, please work with Meg and I'll make sure you get everything I can.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you being here.
Appreciate it.
All right, tab 24, next presentation is by the Lake County Museum of Art, and TJ Fish is here to make that presentation.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Campione, Vice Chair Parks, Commissioner Smith, Sabatini, and Morris. Great to be up in front of you. Some of you know me in my professional role, but today this is my volunteer role, serving on the board of the Lake County Museum of Art. We've got some board members with us, Peter and Lou back there, and Ilian, our executive director. And I want to start off with emphasizing what the Museum of Art is. First of all, it's a museum, which immediately sets this organization apart from some of the other art or cultural-based organizations in the county. Our goal right now is to continue to expand our presence in Lake County, and thus the name. I mean, this organization has roots dating back over 30 years. And if you'll notice on this first slide, partnership, private sector. So what we're not looking for are donations. What we always are looking for is how can we strengthen partnerships. So some of you know we have a physical presence here in Tavares, right here on Ruby Street. But we also have presence building throughout the county. You'll see we have partnership with Eustis, City of Groveland, Town of Howey in the Hills, and continue to expand that to this very large, spacious county, our very beautiful county. And so with the Museum of Art, I want to emphasize it's really what tweaked my heartstrings is the educational component. And why that's important is, first of all, we have some great kids programs. But one of the things that's really struck me as I've been on this board is that art education comes in subtle forms, because I actually joined the board thinking, well, what do I really know about art? I mean, I know what I like, but I'm not an art appreciation guy necessarily. But then you start realizing that how early in interacting with kids and exposing to art and culture, how it can spark unique possibilities. So not every kid is going to grow up to be an artist, but having that art exposure may inspire you to be an architect or an engineer, or it may influence how you work out on a site if you're in construction, that there's a certain art to everything. And it starts with inspiration. And so that's really one of the hooks for me personally, and I think a lot of people that have invested their time and their money into the museum, often it's about the kids. So I want to emphasize too, as much as it's about art and culture, it's also about economic impact. I mean, there's an entrepreneurial spirit to the way the Lake County Museum of Art treats our artists, the fact that they're burgeoning business people, and we want to see them be cultivated and be able to be successful. So we love collaborations. We partner with many different groups to bring opportunities to Lake County and to our various communities. And we want to continue that momentum in partnership with the Lake County Board of County Commissioners. So visitation to the museum continues to increase. So we're excited about that. We have several strategic priorities that I want to mention: continuing to build our membership, our physical presence, that aspirationally we would like to have a permanent building of our own over time to be able to house events and permanent displays. Partnerships, that's the one that I volunteered for to help build those partnerships throughout the county. And it's not just governmental. I mean, we're doing private sector partnerships. We want to partner with this local government. We're partnering with several municipalities. We have trustees that help financially support what we're doing. We're constantly and consistently pursuing grant opportunities, and I'll say it several times in this very quick presentation: the kids. Great kids art program. In fact, one of my favorites now is partnering with the Lake County School District on the Christmas card art display. So if you didn't get to go see that during the Christmas season, it's great to see these kids pour their hearts into these Christmas cards and see them recognized for their efforts. So we continue to expand between the Art Wednesdays classes. That's a weekly event. We're tapping into some programs that already exist out there and just helping expand. We've got the summer camp coming up again. That continues to grow. So this is a really big component of that educational aspect that we're emphasizing today, that it's not just having a museum, it's what are you doing for your outreach? And what we're really interested in with the Lake County Board of County Commissioners is how can we help reach some of the population that's underserved? So if we can be more present physically in Four Corners or Paisley or Astor or Bassfield Park, that's what we want to do. And so that's really the offer and the ask today, is not what can you do for us, but how can we partner with you to be more present in this community. So right now we have After School at Eustis, again tapping into an existing program. Same thing in Howie in the Hills. Same thing at the Mount Dora Library. And again, we've already made contact, library in Kagan's Crossing and these other unincorporated but distinct Lake County communities. We want to offer that outreach. Here's just a smattering of some of the great exhibits we've had come through the museum over the last few years. And here is an overview of the partnerships we have, starting with the Laner Charitable Trust, the Park West Foundation, and then you see all the different partnerships with the school district, with the various cities, and also UCF. We have memberships continue to build, and bear in mind, being a museum, we do have reciprocity with other museums in Florida and throughout the country, that if you purchase a membership to this museum, you have access to other museums that are part of that network. Just an overview of the board. Again, we have a few board members here as well as our executive director. And I'll stop there with a shockingly short presentation for those of you that know me.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Fish?
No questions other than I may not seem like a big arts guy, but I'm a pretty big arts guy, and I've had the opportunity to send some younger adults to the programs that you have here for after school. And in the summer, they're absolutely wonderful. I'm glad to, and I've had the opportunity to talk to Ms. Lou Boegas about other opportunities, and I'm glad to see that Astor's on there and Bassville Park's on there and Kagan Corner is on there. I do believe the one. Can you go back to the slide of partnerships? I don't see Lake County Board of County Commissioners on there, and I personally would like to be able to assist in this moving forward. I know this is not an ask, but maybe come up with something that we can help out with to help the arts get further penetration within all Lake County, because I, like you, believe that arts create creative thinking, and with creative thinking comes new and expanded ideas. So thank you for everything you and your team have done.
Commissioner Parks?
Yeah, some of the similar sentiments, I guess. I appreciate Commissioner Smith's comments. Appreciate the presentation today. Board members that are here, thank you for your service. I do think arts in Lake County is important. It goes to that quality of life at the very heart of it, I would assume, I would think. I would also be interested in some kind of a partnership or looking for a way to better help you, assist in what you're doing. And I don't know what that is right now at this moment, but I would agree with Commissioner Smith. I would like to look to something in the future that we could do with you. And then also ask as well, I saw the Florida Highwaymen. That was one, so maybe in partnership with the Lake County Historical Society and Museum as well, some partnerships there. I would look to that maybe to see this coming year. And if I can assist in any way, being the commission liaison to that board or that committee, I would love to help assist that. So thank you.
Yeah, I think we should explore the possibility of maybe going through our children's grant program, that we could partner in that regard, because I think that's really a key part of us trying to do outreach to our youth, and we could use our library system as well. I like the idea of partnering with the Historical Society, especially like on an exhibit like the Highwaymen, where you could maybe have a joint event going on where you've got a display in the historical building, but you also have a display in your facility, and maybe you have your refreshments and so forth that you can do over there that we can't do over here, and have like a nice social type event that's also educational. So I think there's some great opportunities, and I definitely think that Lake County should be up there as a partner with the Lake County Museum of Art.
Thank you. I love that idea, by the way. I think I'm going to have to steal that one.
How does this fit in with what Leesburg is doing? And I think some other cities have, and their arts also, a facility. What makes this different than theirs?
But as far as the arts groups, we're really intending to be inclusive. There is no separation or factions. We are the one museum that we can say is the Lake County Museum. So any partnership opportunities, especially with Leesburg, there's several communities, Mount Dora, Leesburg being two at the top, that they're well established, and opportunities are clearly there, to build on those partnerships.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll appreciate the presentation, and we'll work with staff to see where we might be able to form that right partnership, and then we can bring that back as an agenda item.
Thank you. I'll be following up with staff. Appreciate it. Thanks for the time.
All right, thank you. We're moving into public hearings. Let's just take about 5 minutes, a break, and then we'll come back and re-adjourn. Or it's a recess, so we're not adjourning.
Commission.
All right, we're back on tab 25. This is a public hearing, and I'm going to ask Fred Schneider, Assistant County Manager, to present this petition for vacation.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. Fred Schneider, Assistant County Manager. This is public hearing, vacation petition number 1301. This was previously heard by the board on January 21st, 2025, but due to a procedural error that took place during that public hearing, it's being heard again. The petitioner applicant is James Panico, registered agent, Pandevco, represented by Raymond Braddock, PKA Orlando, and I've seen Mr. Braddock in the audience today. This is a vicinity map located in the Mount Plymouth area. It's Commission District 4. Location map shows you a road map of the area, and a little area in red there is the triangle area, which represents a park area that was platted in 1926 with the plat of Mount Plymouth, and it's just off of Prestwick Avenue on the east of County Road 435. This is an aerial photo showing tax parcels, and the request is for the area, and if you see in the inset up the upper left, it gives you a little closer in view of it. And so what you had was there was a previously vacated right-of-way, I believe in 1973, from the original plat, and the area, the triangle, was a park that had not been vacated, so the park is still considered public today. And so the request from the applicant is for the vacation of the unnamed, undeveloped park lying north of Prestwick and south of partially vacated Englewood Street, as shown in the Mount Plymouth plat. Although there's no statute specifically that allows park to be vacated, according to the county attorney, the public's interest in the park can be vacated. However, with other parts of a vacated plat, residents who bought under the plat may still have private rights to the park area. Letters of support. I didn't receive any letters of support. I did receive 5. We did have 5 emails from residents in opposition. So we have 5 emails in opposition. We didn't have any utility issues. As this gets routed around to staff for internal comments, we didn't have any comments from staff as far as any kind of concerns with the vacation. Certified notices are mailed to surrounding property owners, like always with these vacations, within 300 feet, and signs were posted. Okay. This is a close-in view of the park area. It is the triangle area in red, which is the petition from the requesters to vacate that park area in red. This is a photograph. Our county survey crew staked the park area, and then I've shown with the blue dotted lines, kind of showed how that triangle looks on the grassy area, which was the old golf course. So here you're looking south toward Prestwick Avenue, and according to the survey, the platted park area is approximately 1,210 square feet. This is looking north from Prestwick Avenue toward Troon Avenue of the park area, and this is looking west along Prestwick Avenue. And then this would be looking northwest from Prestwick Avenue toward Troon Avenue. And you can see a lot of that, there's a lot of green space out there from what was used to be the Mount Plymouth Golf Course. But now that is all, much of it is now going to be platted or approved for platting for residential, although they do have a lot of open space that was required. So with that, I don't have any further comments. Staff recommends approval of the request. This is a public hearing.
Right, do you have that diagram by chance that shows the portion of this that would be in a landscape buffer and the portion that would actually be inside of a 1 or 2 lots if it's
Is what's on the
vacated?
screen what you're looking for?
Yeah, that's it. I don't know if you can, is there a way to zoom in on where the triangle is?
Yeah,
To get a, shift it up.
Yeah,
So that little southern area that's
Yeah.
a straight up and down hash mark, that would be part of a road improvement?
The hashed area is if for the plat, for the development, they're dedicating an additional 8 feet of right-of-way along the existing right-of-way of Prestwick. So that's an additional 8 feet of right-of-way that would be platted.
Okay.
So to give us 33 feet from center line, which is our standard for rural roads, because it has 25 right now. And then you have the remaining triangle piece.
Okay, and then the little tip of the triangle, that actually goes into
Yes.
a lot.
Yes.
Well, I guess it's all, except for the right-of-way that's pulled out part of lots, it just has an easement. It'll just have a landscape or a buffer easement or drainage easement or something over it?
Between where the bottom of lot 169 is, where the word says park, that's supposed to be platted buffer area.
Okay.
But I don't know if anything could be done in there with regard to any kind of fencing or something, if that's a concern with that. But with regard to the right-of-way, whether the park was vacated or not, I still think we'd be okay as far as right-of-way goes.
Because what I was thinking is maybe a compromise between the people that don't want to see it vacated, who are actually lot owners in there, who arguably then have a private interest, would be we vacate the little tip and then we keep the part where actually the words park are written and you put a bench in there. But that was just one thought.
That would be,
or do you, will there be, I guess it will be an HOA, so you could have the HOA be responsible for the bench in the little park area.
So I'm kind of looking at this, and it looks to me like that you have a 15-foot easement from the right-of-way. Is that right?
That's the, I'm going to ask could I ask Ray Brackett to come up?
You can ask anybody you'd like.
Ray Brackett. Can you explain what you got?
I just want to know what the right-of-way is. And it looked to me like it's 15 feet, but...
If that one could be put up on the screen, it may be a little... Yeah, I'll get it for you. Okay.
Okay, can you zoom in on that? Keep zooming. All right, hold up.
Okay.
So the question I have, now it's blurry. Unless it's my eyes.
No, it's better now.
It's pretty good now.
I'm trying to find out where that 15-foot was. It was from...
You've got the 8 feet of right-of-way that will be dedicated to the county. Then you've got a 15-foot wide landscape.
Okay, right there. Right, that's 15 foot of what?
Landscape tract that will be owned by the homeowners association.
How much area is the square that's left?
The dark area that I...
Yeah.
It's 189 square feet.
189 square feet.
Are you going to lose lot 169 and 170 that you can't build on?
No. Those lots are tremendous. That lot's 200 feet deep. And the whole intent of the landscape track was to make sure that we had no double frontage lots. That was a requirement when we had the PD done, so that nobody could have a driveway coming out the back of their house or back of their yard onto Prestwick. So they would all have to go to the north. So yeah, like you're saying, if the area that's in black right there is about 190 square feet, so it's 10 feet by 19 feet, which is not much of anything left. I think we could offer, if it would be suitable to the board, to get rid of the 190 square feet and vacate that portion. And maybe you could vacate the whole park. We would just agree, as part of that area that's in that 15-foot buffer, that we'll put a park bench in there and make it the responsibility of the HOA to maintain.
And with rights of the public, too.
But, yeah, with the right to the public to, they want to, you know, we're going to have a sidewalk right there on that 8 feet of right-of-way, so there'll be a sidewalk that'll be constructed.
Okay, so there will be a sidewalk
Oh, yes.
along Crestwood, right
Yes.
there.
So it'd be it'd be an ideal spot, you know, somebody walking, just want to stop and take a break and sit down and catch their breath, they could do it.
Just so people know, if we made this triangle a square, we're talking less than a 10 by 10 area.
10 by 20.
10 by 20.
Yeah.
Correct. You're right.
Yeah, it's just that when,
And most of it's going to be landscape. You got landscape and sidewalk, right?
I mean, the practicality of it staying as a quote-unquote park is not much. I mean, it puts a burden on the county to go out and maintain this little area, where we can do something here that would generate the same opportunity for the residents that are out there and not put a burden on the county and the taxpayers.
well, I was looking for something that would be a compromise because I understand the people that live in the neighborhood who just, in principle, they don't like the idea that something that is technically on their plat would be vacated for the benefit of a developer. That seems to be the heart of the issue. Right. So what if we flip it and the developer actually does something that benefits the community by putting a park bench in an area that had been a little tiny green space, but it was a green space shown on the plat. So I think it would be a nice compromise, and then the county doesn't have to maintain it. HOA is required to do that, but everybody's allowed to stop and take a break on that bench. So anyway, but we do have to hear from the public, but before, if we want to go ahead and have some more comments and questions.
Yeah, maybe just a quick question. I'm not going to, it sounds like that's a good compromise, a good idea, but just to confirm with Fred, so this area, this plat goes back to the 1920s, right? So this was all done
23, 26, somewhere in that vicinity, yeah.
Yeah, so during like what we called the City Beautiful movement, where they put the sweeping turns and the little traffic triangles, it was back when traffic calming was, I guess, popular back then at that time. So is that the purpose of that, Fred? Is more of just the? Yeah, I mean, was it going to be a park?
It's hard to say what the purpose was other than green space. As far as a park of that size, even back then, it was more something that you could put a bench in or, do something like that.
I mean, I've seen some plats like this, in South Lake where they had these sweeping turns and little triangles, and they just landscaped it in the middle, put some trees.
There are more of these in Mount Plymouth.
Yeah, there's probably a bunch of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I just wanted to understand the intention of it a little bit historically on it. Okay. But it does sound like there's a good compromise, if you will.
But from a real property standpoint, title standpoint, it will be shown as an encumbrance on those two lots because it's vacated, but you still have the rights of the people that own lots in Mount Plymouth. They still have a private right to that. I just wanted to make that point. So we can vacate the public's interest in a vacation. We can't vacate private rights to something. And so more than likely, it would arguably be an encumbrance. So just keep that in mind, that the water's still a little muddy, and we can only do so much. So we do have speaker cards, so would you prefer to make your presentation before or after we hear from the?
Since you've already heard my side, why don't we let the
Okay.
public talk, and then I can come back and answer any questions.
Okay. All right. The first card is Julius Johnson.
Well, good morning. My property is within 300 feet of this, so I am interested in maintaining some of the nature and beauty that's there. I realize it's an extremely small piece of property. It designated as a public park years and years ago, and it shouldn't really matter, it's so small, but it does. Because vacating the park designation and turning it over to and for the convenience of a developer is another example of the elected officials whose job it is to safeguard the public good are acquiescing to developers, in the process chipping away at the serenity and beauty that is in my neighborhood. Why not just keep the property as a park and put up a plaque or a monument to some of the nature, the flora and the fauna that's being dislocated anyway? There should be some, or maybe a monument, maybe a map of the area, because it's on a bike trail and people can get lost. I know I have friends and relatives who got lost down the dirt roads trying to find the bike trail, which is neighborhood lakes. I think that would be a good use of that space, is to put like a little map of the beauty and the nature that's there. So I think a monument to help future generations appreciate the nature and beauty of that area would be appreciated. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your ideas. Kathy Homblett.
I am totally against any development. I have lived in Mount Plymouth in my home on Prestwick Avenue, facing the golf course for 30 years. They're talking about building all these homes and vacating all this property that's in front of me and the side of me. I look at my front door, and that old golf course does not go like this. It goes like this. So therefore, any development or any changes in that property, I'm concerned about drainage. I'm concerned about flooding because it is so low. I contacted the St. Johns River Water Management years ago because I was concerned about this before we even put a spade in the dirt to build our house. And they assured me that nothing is going to come in that way of the golf course. They assured me that is maintained by them, and if the golf course fails, and that was my point of this, if the golf course fails and they start building, what then? St. Johns River Management, and I have the paperwork somewhere and I can't find it. Anyway, they assured me that when the development comes in, first of all, we have no HOA where I am, and we don't want any. So he said, if it starts to develop, what they will do is they will come out, and because the kids used to swim in it years ago when we used to get a lot of rain. Yeah, that's how low it is. So they said they would come and fence it off with a nice fence, that there would be no building in that property. Now I hear that, yes, there is going to be building there. So this upsets me, and the drainage upsets me. What about the turtles that are out there, the wildlife that's out there, the bears that come and visit me, the raccoons, the cranes? I feel sorry for them. I could cry. But anyway, that's my objection. I really, really, really don't want to see it. I really don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And unfortunately, when that golf course was put in place, it didn't have a limit or deed restriction or a requirement that it had to stay as a golf course, and it had I think we decided the last meeting it was R3 zoning on it. So whether they brought it in for development or they just platted it, they had a legal right to use that land that had been the fairways. Now, I can tell you that issues like gopher tortoises and wildlife, they have to, when they do their development plan, they have to protect any of those locations and follow the rules on whether they relocate or they create buffers around them, but they do have to do a lot of things under Florida, laws to protect the wildlife. And the nice thing is the lots are larger than a typical new subdivision lot that we see in a lot of places, so it does create more green space than if this was being done as a very, a new subdivision per se. Mm-hmm. So there is some hope for the critters that are out there too.
I hope so.
In drainage, my assumption, and Fred, you could address this, to what extent are they moving dirt for lot contours, floodplain issues, flowway issues? How does that come into play when you take something like an old fairway and
Well, within that old fairway, there were a lot of low areas. I lived in Mount Pleasant for 10 years, from 92 to 2002, and they'd fill up with water. It was interesting and amazing to watch. But the subdivision, they're taking into account rainfall, any flood zones, accounting for off-site flow that comes onto their property. So they're treating and they're holding everything they need to within their own development property. And I think some of those don't really even have outfalls where they outfall off the property. I think it's all internal.
But like,
For most of it, yeah.
to me, like base flood elevation and things like that, like the lot area itself, will they be filled? Will it just be the house pad? Will it be, are there going to be swales? I mean, how are they going to manage drainage?
I don't know that I can answer that today. I don't have the knowledge of exactly floodplains, but a lot of those areas weren't designated floodplains.
Okay.
As far as those lower areas, because the golf course went up and down, you know, so.
Well, I didn't mean to catch you off guard on a question like that, but I just appreciate you raising it, and I think it's something that we definitely need to keep an eye on as this moves forward to make sure that we don't end up displacing runoff locations and put it into existing property owners' yards.
Thank you. That would be me, because I look at my front door and does the St. John's River Management still control that property?
They have a permit from St. John's.
They have a permit from St. John's. They don't technically control it, but they oversee this. They're regulatory, and they oversee any drainage plans.
And then when it comes through Public Works and also any other department, but we look at the construction plans were approved, and so one of the things I recall looking at was having personal knowledge of that area, looking at the lot elevations and making sure that those lots, those homes were going to be built well above where I thought the water would get to.
Mm-hmm. Well, from my house, 3 houses down, either way, it's low.
Dips down. Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So, ma'am, how long have you lived there?
30 years, sir.
And what fairway did you live off of?
What fairway? Trying to think. Almost to the end of it, the 14th fairway. Yeah, down almost to the end. Go almost to Sacamaxon, where it turns around into Sacamaxon.
So I got to apologize to you. I probably hit your house.
That's what I figured you were going to do.
Okay, yeah, right there. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, last card, and then I'll check for online speakers too. But we have Cindy Newton has a card, and then I'll get to online speakers.
You don't hit the ball that far.
You did that with a putter?
Hello, Cindy Newton, District 4. Vacating a public park for the benefit of a developer is setting a precedent for the county. It's a small park and perhaps seemingly insignificant to some. But as you hear from these residents, it's a vital part of an historical opportunity for Mount Plymouth. Some of the ideas for this were a bench, historical kiosks to represent the very old golf course, the old hotel that was there, that was brought in very wealthy at that time individuals. There's a lot of history there. And perhaps even a time capsule was hoped for on this parcel. So if, as this sets precedent, I really hope you do understand the importance of vacating a public park, and this could transfer to other public spaces in the future. So please be very cautious of this. Thank you.
Eric, we have someone online. Okay.
Yes, we have a couple. The first is Barbara Morris. You should be able to unmute your line and please state your name and give your comments to the board.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Morris. I live in District 4. I also live in the Mount Plymouth subdivision. I have 3 grown adult children who also live here and 4 grandchildren. We're 3 generations that have lived here since the early 80s. I strongly object to this vacation, and what I have witnessed today, the presentation, has furthered the misinformation being presented to this board. The prior meeting, the tip of the park was 300 feet, and now they've reduced it down to 120. When in reality, they have no idea the size of that park because the plat does not have calls or measurements to the distance of the park. There is no center line designation, and the surveys all have exclaimers to them to that effect. So each time they come forward to you to try to convince you this is no big deal, they change the maps. This originally was a 13,000 square foot area that was dedicated to the public and had not been properly vacated. I have submitted to you evidence of that, specifically outlining exactly every step they have made to try to finagle this park into their PUD. Furthermore, when the PUD was approved, a legal description was submitted for the boundaries of this PUD. It did not include this park. It did not include the surrounding right-of-way at all. So what they are attempting to do is now go back and add land to a PUD that was not properly advertised at the time. And by your vacation of this, you take our rights and our plans from the public away from us. We've been planning on what to do with that area of land since 2021. All we've been waiting on is for the developer to establish the surrounding buffer so that it did not disturb what we had planned. We have a historical bike loop that you approved that borders on this, that was an intricate part of what our plans were in this community to help preserve the history of Mount Plymouth subdivision. It's 100 years old next year. It is a historical area that the only thing that's not going to be wiped out is going to be this small parcel of land. It's the only thing we will have left to memorialize what we have been trying to do in our subdivision. And in the process, you also are reducing our open space for the remaining part of the plat. We only have about 3 tiny parks like this throughout 2.8 square miles of our platted subdivision. And you're going to consider reducing it even further. I strongly object to it. I believe that there has been misinformation presented to you to try to convince you to go along with this. I believe it is illegal for you to vacate this 13,000 square foot of land that was not originally included in the Greens PUD and to just allow them to throw it in there with no public hearings about that PUD or modification of that PUD. They're going to add 197 homes around there to share the small parks that we do have.
Thank you, Barbara.
Their open space.
Eric, we have other speakers online?
Yes, one more. Gracie, you should be able to unmute your line and then state your name and give your comments to the board.
Hi, my name is Gracie Polite. I live not within the 300 feet of this park, but in the Fairways neighborhood right up the street from it. And I would just like it to be noted that I strongly object to vacating our public park here. That does nothing to serve the people who actually live here. This would only benefit the developers. It seems very wrong for us to lose the little bit of green space we're going to have left. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Anyone else? Okay. So I have a question for staff about, and then I'll let Mr. Braddock come up. I was wondering, as far as other parks that we have out there, I know we have the Sunken Gardens park that we maintain, and then we also have, which incidentally, for new county commissioners, if you haven't been there, it's definitely worth going to see because it was part of this old resort, and it's really fascinating, and they put a lot of time and effort, Parks and Trails, to get that cleaned up. And then there was another little pocket park that has a kiosk on it that gives some history, as I recall, of the area. Do you know how many others?
Yes, preparation for today, I may not have all the answers, but I did contact Office of Parks and Trails to try to get an answer that I thought might be a question. But they've got 3 existing kiosks. They got Scott Park, Mount Plymouth Park, Neighborhood Lakes Park, and of course the Sunken Garden has a kiosk. Then I think there's a historical, where the old hotel was. I think the Mount Plymouth Landowners League maintains an area there as a historical site for what used to be the hotel there. I think that's what's out there. They got the park. They got a few parks already. And
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the points I wanted to make is that we already have some things that we do take care of, and so that was one of my initial thoughts was, well, what would it hurt to create this little triangle piece, but little, 2-board fence type thing around it, and it's on its own, and you've got landscape buffer on each sides, and I think that we should use the right-of-way for right-of-way purposes, that little strip at the bottom, because if there's going to be any improvements that need to be made for the road, that we've got the right-of-way, sidewalk, and for the sidewalk's important to the whole neighborhood. But it's still doing the same thing. It's still green space. It's still serving the same purpose of being open space. But if it's just a question of whether you transfer it to an HOA that's part of this new development, or do you leave it on its own as part of the old 100-year-old plat? And I know that some of you may not understand, but I'm sympathetic to that it does have that historical significance, and it wouldn't be that much harder just to make sure that it's staying in good shape. You could still put a bench there. I like the idea of a map that shows where you get where you find the entrance to get over to Neighborhood Lakes, because you can get there from this community without having to go out to 46. So that would be nice, a directional type map. You could have some historical information. You could even show the old plat to show exactly where you were standing on what used to be the old Mount Plymouth plat. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I did contact Angela Harold previous to this meeting, and she's the director of the Office of Parks and Trails. And she did say that if the board had a purpose or something they wanted to do, that she would be more than happy to accommodate whatever the board wanted to do on that site, as far as a park, trail thing, or maintenance of something.
Who's maintaining it now?
It's just mowed. It's mowed by.
We mow it.
I think they mow it.
So I guess my question, I'm just trying to understand then the options. I agree. I want to be sensitive to the history of this area, and some plans that have been in place. But I thought I heard earlier about you could do a park bench with maybe an interpretive kiosk, but the question is that HOA or is it us?
Whether you vacate. If you vacate it and they're agreeable to put that responsibility on the HOA, that's one route you can go. The other is you don't vacate it, and then Parks and Recreation would be responsible for whatever you put on the property or don't put on it if you just have it set aside as green space.
Mm-hmm. Right, and then it's the top corner. That's the approximately 219 or 189 square foot that would be vacated in that case. Is that the first?
Yeah, or you just don't, and that lot doesn't have has that little carve out in it.
Okay.
So, as I'm hearing all this, a thought came to me that this would be a county park for the county benefit, not, right? And we have July coming up. And July is Pride in America month. And usually we plant liberty trees in July. Why don't we just plant a liberty tree here and dedicate that liberty tree to all the citizens of Lake County like we do throughout the county?
I mean, it's a location where you definitely could have a tree. I like having a tree there. I also like the idea of a map and a bench. Because people do, we have a little bike trail that is, you know, in that area. So you could have both. I mean, you don't have to have, you can have a tree and a bench, you have a tree and a map.
It'd be nice to have a liberty tree to show it, especially since this is going to be 250 years of America, although the liberty tree started before the foundation of America, but the Sons of Liberty had a lot to do with how the revolution started, and liberty trees, if you don't know anything about liberty trees, please look it up. It's phenomenal. It's fantastic history. I think this might be a great place for it, and you put a park bench and then maybe a little, of course, we have our liberty tree dedication sign and then a little sign to say you're here, and then, yeah. Okay with that, and then it would be up to the parks how we water the tree or the landscape, because obviously, from what I'm hearing, they don't want to, we got to figure out how we're going to water, whether.
They have a way of doing that, doing the trees where they keep it bagged, and they have a way to help with that. But we do have to let the applicant have.
Well, here comes a professional.
Good morning. Angela Harrell, Director of Parks and Trails. Previously, we work with IFAS and the UF Ag team over there to find the correct tree so that it will survive in that environment. And we would have staff out there, if that's the direction the board wants to go, to make sure it's watered regularly.
Okay, Commissioner Park.
Yeah, question, Angela. Sorry, we're getting into the details now with this, but it's important, obviously.
Yep.
So management, then irrigation long term, because we wanted to make sure it's done right. So with that, in this case, that's going to be on us unless it's on them.
Right.
Is there irrigation line?
Not to my knowledge. That would probably be a question for them. I don't know what they have out there.
Yeah. So I mean, since we're talking about it, which option to go to, I got to ask the question about the management of it. And
yeah, we have other parks around that area that we currently serve, correct?
We do. Yes, we do. We have several, and we have contractors that do the mowing and the landscaping. So we would just add that to their contract. It would probably incur a fiscal impact, but yes.
okay, so and then the next question is it's going to be ostensible then so seen. So we're going parking is going to be could be an issue ever.
I don't know if that's going to be an issue. I'm not sure we would make it as a stop park and hangout place. Maybe it's just along the Mount Plymouth bike loop. We can put the kiosk there as people are walking by or riding by on their bikes, but
yeah, no parking.
There wouldn't be space for parking.
I mean,
no parking. There's not enough room for parking.
I'm asking the question because if I'm going to go look at all the parks, which I love parks,
thanks.
I'm going to check out all the parks in Lake County. I might go by and see this and just
want to pull over and park there on the sidewalk.
You can literally park your car up at the near Sorrento Avenue, and then you can walk the bike trail, or you could take your bike with you and you could ride the bike trail. But there are ways to get to this that wouldn't require someone to drive to it.
So we're taking a parcel of property that has been mowed by the owner. Not the owner, but he's been gracious enough to do it. And now we're going to create work for the county staff to do.
You need to understand that there have been many times when that property was not being mowed and we had complaints from residents out there. So I just want the facts to be clear. I appreciate the mowing that's been done, but this has been 10 years of a lot of headaches related to people riding ATVs out there, it getting overgrown. So just so you have a clear picture.
Okay. I understand that. I'm just saying we're just going to create more work for our employees.
They're out there already at multiple locations. So they're not making a trip to Mount Plymouth for this one little triangle. They are already there taking care of things in that very close area. That would be my point, that it's not like it's an outpost somewhere. There are already things being done in that area.
We have staff that work 7 days a week at the Neighborhood Lakes Scenic Trail and Trailhead, which is right near there.
Okay, we need to hear from the applicant.
First of all, just some clarifications of all you've been told by, the people who have called in and neighbors who have come. This project is fully permitted. It's got a water management district permit. We're creating retention ponds. We're creating swales, keeping the stormwater that we would create on our site, treating it properly, and carrying it away. So as far as impact on stormwater, from today to completion, there'll be no impact. As far as misrepresentation of areas, nobody that I know of ever said anything about 13,000 square feet. You saw what Mr. Snyder had staked. It's 1,210 square feet, exactly. I have a certified survey of the park area, and it designates 1,210 square feet. So there was never 13,000 square feet.
Yeah, I think there was some question that Ms. Morris raised about whether the road itself, Inglewood or whatever that platted street was, whether that was included in an old vacation or not. And I think that's maybe where that 13,000 square
feet.
It
could have, but we've gone back to the actual 1973 vacation of Inglewood, and it included all of the right-of-way. It did not include the little park area. Mm-hmm. So we're talking about the 1,210 square feet. To our development, it doesn't impact anything. All we were trying to do was clear it up and make it something that would be functional and part of the landscape buffer that we can maintain, keep it out of the county's responsibility. We're happy to put a bench in. We're happy to let the homeowner association continue to maintain it. Put in there whatever you want. But to us, we were just trying to clear up this little isolated area, which, as you can see from the pictures, nothing's been done on it. It, for all practical purposes, was part of the old golf course. Why it was put in there originally, I don't know. If you looked at the way the right-of-way was vacated, evidently the ingoing and outgoing lanes are separated by this little triangle. It would not have been something that you would have gone out and tried to do park-type things in. Somebody in their infinite wisdom thought it looked pretty good, I guess. Put it on the plat. Of the whole process of the whole area that the old golf course contained, this was the only area that had something like this. There were some right-of-ways that have been vacated over the years, but none of them had the little triangle in it. So we're happy to do whatever we can do to keep it in a state that the residents out there can use it. It'll be operational, it'll be maintained, it'll be landscaped. If we want to put a special tree in it, we can put a special tree in it. All we want to do is finish this so we can get the development done, get the traffic calming in, get the utilities in, get all the stormwater put in, pave, Exmoor, do everything that we've been committed to do, and move forward. So we'll take your direction.
In lot, like 169, it can still be lot 169 without this piece in it.
It will not affect lot 169, one way or the other.
And I do have a question about your PUD legal description. As I understand it, because this park was not vacated with the road, because it was a park, and your PUD legal description, if this is vacated, would have to be amended to add it to your PUD.
If the staff felt it was necessary, it could be an administrative revision to the PUD. I mean, like I say, it doesn't affect the overall development at all. I mean, if it's a procedural thing and the staff thinks it needs to happen, I got a email from Mike Fitzgerald yesterday that he said he felt it would take an amendment if you put the park in the PD. If that's the case, you know, they could do it. But as far as the overall impact to the PUD, there is no impact.
And you can move forward, and this can be partitioned out if the county
It could be
chooses
partitioned
to leave
out,
this intact as a park. Okay.
It's your decision. And one other thing, just so, and Mr. Snyder suggested that there was some discussion at the February 11th meeting about the whole remediation that was done. I have Ken Derrick here from Universal, so if any of those questions, if you got any questions about the things that were brought up back then, after we close this, maybe you could ask Mr. Derrick any questions you might have had as what they did as far as the remediation and what, if any, testing needs to be continually done, and he can give you updates on that.
Okay, and that was with regard to the arsenic that came up at the last meeting. Okay. All right, so we're bringing it back to the board, and I personally think that the way to go here is you just partition this off, leave it as a park, and then the county can decide if you want to put the Liberty Tree there, make sure that it's something that can be viable and it can survive and it can thrive. At the very least, signage that helps people find neighborhood lakes entrance, because you can get there from this community. You can go straight into the neighborhood lakes, onto the trail, and maybe some information about the history. And, you know, here's where you're standing, and you happen to be standing in what was a 100-year-old plat, and maybe something about the hotel and the background of the area. But it would be a nice little place. I personally think that that would be the right thing to do for the community, and it'll allow the project to move forward.
So not to vacate the plat. Motion not to vacate the plat.
Second.
So, Madam Chairman, if I could just jump in as part of that motion, because you originally voted on this to approve the vacation, there was a deficiency in the public hearing process. We didn't open it for public hearing. So if you're going to reverse that today, I would ask that you include in your motion that you rescind your previous vote, and then you move to deny the vacation.
I think it would be appropriate then for the person who made the motion to
motion to deny with
rescission.
And rescind your previous
rescind our
vote.
previous vote.
Okay. And second agrees with that. All right. And did we have any more discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'll support the motion, just understanding, though, that, so we're going to be taking care of it.
Parks and Trails.
Okay. I'll respect the history on it, but, you know, normally this is a little outside of the scope of the Parks and Trails Master Plan to do small, very small projects like this. Particularly, that's why I was asking the question about who's going to use it. I mean, it'll probably be mostly residents that'll use it, but I respect the history, but I just wanted to understand that that's what we'll be doing. We'll be moving forward with some kind of a landscaping and an interpretive display.
Liberty Tree.
A Liberty Tree as well.
Smith wants the Liberty Tree. I want a map that shows you how to get to the Neighborhood Lakes Trail, because that is a very large park facility and trail, and this would direct people in that community how to get there. And you can include some other information. I think Parks and Trails is really great at figuring out the right things to be included in there. They can also confer with people like Ms. Morse, who can ask them what kind of things would they like to be on that kiosk.
Totally. And obviously, we would do both, right? You'd have a nice tree plus the maps, all that, yeah, so.
Yeah.
We got 200 square feet.
Right.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we have.
Thank you.
And the project can move forward, but we'll have this cut out, acknowledging that it already exists. Next item.
Madam Chairman, do you want Mr. Derrick to come up?
Oh, I'm sorry. I do think it's really important that we get this on the record, because this was a big discussion at the last meeting on this. About the arsenic issue and the arsenic contamination that occurred from the old historical use of this property as a golf course. If you could do that, just give us an update on where you're at in the process, and and what additional work needs to be done, if any?
Good morning. What would you like me to tell you about?
What was done with regard to this arsenic contamination? What needs to be done going forward? How do we make sure that this is not something that's
Sure.
getting into the water of those that are on wells in this area?
Yes. Okay. I'll give you a little background. Arsenic was discovered above the groundwater cleanup target levels only in one location, and that was in the former shed with the maintenance area. So we have been monitoring the groundwater for 4 consecutive quarters, and by the DEP standards, the target level, the levels have been decreasing. In fact, they've gone down to about 20% of what they originally were. And at that point, the FDEP approved the groundwater monitoring ports and said no further actions required. So we've established a radius around the well of 100 feet. There was no arsenic in any of those wells, but only in the one well in the center. So those are decreasing, and that was in 2022 that FDEP said no longer do you have to monitor. That's okay. There was one area in the maintenance shed area where we found some soil that was above the residential limits. And DEP, we did an assessment. The soil was removed, was blended, certain actions were performed, and only one area remained, and that was around the maintenance area. And in that area, we have capped it with 2 feet of soil in accordance with an approved plan from DEP. It has been grassed. It's remained grassed for years. There was an inspection performed, I think, last week on it, and it's intact. It's grass covered. And in that area, there is a conditional site rehabilitation completion order. And in the golf course, no land use restrictions are due to completed cleanup. But in the maintenance area, there's engineering and institutional controls that have been implemented at that former maintenance area where the arsenic was in the soil and groundwater. 2 declarations of restricted covenants were filed in January of 2024. And these land use restrictions include multiple uses, including residential, schools, and daycare facilities. They cannot be constructed in that area. And there's groundwater use restrictions as well. Requirements have been set forth for any dewatering and stormwater features. And Duke Energy has also been issued a letter of support. They've issued a support for the restrictive covenant. They need to notify the state if they're going to do any work to be conducted in that area. There is a plan on how to handle that impacted area. So any soil that's removed has to be placed on a tarp or visqueen to prevent any contamination. And then after they do their work, they have to put it back in the hole and cover it and seal it. And UES issued the engineering control inspection maintenance report last week, and that's where we are today.
Was there anything special you had to do after the hurricane when you have a big rain event like that?
Yes, that there should be an inspection after large rain events.
And you actually do soil testing, or the inspection is just like a surface testing?
There's no more testing that's required. All they need to do is just make sure that cap is still in place and it's not scoured away, nobody's digging in it, nothing's impeding that cap.
And is there any type of physical obstruction? So when this property is developed is there a fence now, and will there continue to be a fence, or how does that?
I know there's signs around there, right? Did you put a fence up or anything? No, I think there's just notifications.
It's an individual tract owned by the HOA.
Yeah, if you could just answer that into the microphone. It sounds like you said that it's an individual tract owned by the HOA.
Yes,
Yes, it's an individual tract owned by the HOA, and these restrictions go on that piece of property. So.
But you don't put any kind of a fence or something that lets people know they don't want their kids digging in there or playing there or having picnics there?
There'll be lots around it.
Yeah.
And, those ownerships will probably do their own fencing that will create this tract that'll be out there. I mean, it's intended to be open space. It's not intended to be confined. It's got the 2-foot cap on it, so it's not going to affect anybody that's on it that comes out and sits on it. you know, you'd have to get down below 2 feet to get into anything that would restrict them. And Ken can tell you how much of that dirt it would take somebody to consume before they'd ever get enough contaminants that would hurt them.
They would have to dig around 3 feet in the ground, start eating the dirt for it to bother them, and they'd probably have to eat about 10 pounds of it, and probably the soil would kill them.
Yeah, because you put, you have the cap, and then there's clean fill that's on top of it that's brought in, right?
Yes, and then it's grassed over, so, and that grass is supposed to remain intact. And so after large storm events, it's to be inspected.
Yeah. Where it's a problem is if you know, letting somebody build on it and break that cap or put wells in or something like that. It's on institutional control.
Well, that's all restricted. Nobody's allowed to dig in it. I mean, you can walk on it.
And all of that is documented so that you wouldn't have, like, say, 20 years from now, the HOA says, let's put up some playground equipment here.
Well, if they pulled a permit and they documented where they were at, it would show up on the deeds, and they would say, no, you're not allowed to.
It's an institutional control you have in place.
Okay.
It's been recorded. Yeah.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. Appreciate you being here, and I hope that information is helpful for people who live in the surrounding area as well.
And can you please provide your name for the record?
Oh, yes. My name is Ken Derrick.
All right, moving on to regular agenda. Commissioner Parks, tab 26. This is regarding the medical examiner services meeting, and
Yes, yeah. So I had my first meeting this last week or maybe the week before for the medical examiners board, and so since between that meeting and then the meeting we had here where we last discussed it, the state ME board came back and denied our request without prejudice to remove ourselves from District 5 and go to District 24. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jennifer and Melanie, on this, but mostly because we hadn't contacted, not that we hadn't contacted them, but we hadn't received full input from the stakeholders, meaning like the sheriff's department, anybody else, the state attorneys that might be have interest in this. So what we have to do today is, I guess, the main thing is that District 5 and the other counties, specifically Marion, is asking for a reimbursement of costs associated to this date, meaning this month approximately, for the new medical examiner's facility in the amount of $25,000 for their work that they've done, which, in hearing the meeting and listening to their side and understanding what I have been trying to learn pretty quickly here about our position as well, I think that's a fair request. Because the discussion at that meeting was mostly, it was, pretty contentious, mostly coming to trying to determine whether this is going to happen or not, whether us and Seminole County are going to leave and do a different district. And then so obviously the other counties having concern about wanting to be reimbursed of their costs up to that point. So that's the cost request. And then what we would also decide today is to I guess, go back and get input from the stakeholders, and then move forward with I can deliver this message at the next ME's board meeting, which is in May, whether we're going to stay a part of 24 or not, or a part of 5 or leave. Yes, I have it mixed up. Part of District 5 to 24. It's 24. Yeah. So I along those lines, again, I still have a couple questions about the cost. When you look at a capital cost for the actually construct the building and then the operational cost, I think for us to be fair, it should be on a per body basis. We had not been going on a per body basis. It was a per capita basis, which would not be fair to us. So I'm still trying to get a little clarity on whether they all understand that, all the other districts, all the other counties, I guess, agree to that, whether they fully agreed to it or not. But I took away from the meeting that we could still look at those costs with our current district, looking at whether it's both the capital cost for the building using a per body basis, as well as the long-term operational cost as well. on a per-body basis.
I guess my question would be, if we're going to continue, why would we go ahead and pay them the $25,000 now? I mean, if we're not going to do it.
Yeah, I think
pay 'em.
that's because if, oh, you mean pay it now and then not do it?
Right.
Yeah, I think we could still do that. I think we could pay the 25 now and then make it very clear in the next, either today or in the next month or so, we're going to be in the district or we're not. And then we wouldn't have any cost beyond that. Correct, Jennifer and Melanie?
So the cost, I think what Commissioner Morris, you're asking, if we're going to stay in District 5, why would we pay the $25,000? Because we're proceeding on as before.
Correct.
And,
oh, I see.
Yeah, that's what he's asking. So I think the prudent decision would be to determine whether or not this board is going to pursue the relationship with Seminole County in District 24 or to remain in District 5 along with the other 4 counties.
And I thought that we had already made that decision by Commissioner Parks. I don't think you agreed, but the 4 other commissioners did, that we would pursue working with Seminole County.
Correct.
We did, but after that, it was when we got the word back from the state office that they denied that.
They denied it, but they said without prejudice. So
we could come back, correct?
So the idea, I would think, what you would do normally is then reach out to the stakeholders. That would be the sheriff, the state attorney, anybody else that was of concern, to see if we can get their support and explain to them why it is that we are in the position that we're in and why we think it's unfair, how it's been handled, the formula has been handled in the past, and why we weren't in agreement moving forward with this gigantic capital project that we didn't think was necessary or needed, and that we were being disproportionately or would be disproportionately charged for it.
Correct.
If we stayed in the current arrangement. So I think that's the next step is the part working with stakeholders. The question today is, do we help pay for the services they said they already incurred? And that then goes back to what happened at those discussions previously. Was there a commitment by Lake County to participate in the cost of designing the building itself?
So historically, none of the counties, to my knowledge, have actually voted to participate in a new building. The votes have all been by the District ME Commission, our local committee, District 5 committee. When the renewal came forward that you all approved in September, Marion County, as the administrator, had included language in that document to get everybody to agree at that point that those costs would be split based on the same allocation. Lake and Seminole asked for that to be removed. That language was removed. It is not in your current operating agreement. And the confirmation that we had back from Marion County via email is, okay, we will continue to work on a separate interlocal to allocate and determine the costs for the new facility. That statement has also been in the minutes going back several years. Sporadically, that statement has been made at those District ME meetings that we would have to bring back a new agreement, and that has never taken place. So right now, you just have a straight operating agreement with District 5 and District 24, which includes Seminole.
But Marion County has been operating under the assumption then that
Marion County did move forward with obtaining a design professional, which again was voted on by the District ME committee. It never came back to this board. Again, I'm assuming it did not go back to Seminole. I don't know if it went back to the other committees. But they did obtain the design professional. They did buy the property in Summerfield. That District ME committee did vote on those items. But again, there's also those statements back in the minutes about, okay, we will have to bring forward a new interlocal to move forward with this process and allocate these costs, and that new separate interlocal for that specific part of operating the District 5 ME has never been brought forward.
So again, that ME board then voted to move forward with the expenditures, but none of the other commissions were formally, we never had the opportunity to vote whether to do that.
Lake County did not.
Correct.
And I'm positive Seminole County did not, because Commissioner Zimbauer from Seminole County has comments on the record throughout those meeting minutes that this was not something his board had voted on.
Right. Yeah, which I understand is a problem. I mean, it's already been done, but at the same time, you want to be fair to Marion County as well.
So just to add to the Commissioner Park's description of the last District ME committee meeting, the question that you have on your agenda today is confirmation that you want to continue to separate from District 5 and move into District 24. That conversation was brought up, I believe it was by the Citrus County Commissioner, because her take on it was, okay, yes, you had signed an interlocal agreement with Seminole County, but it was contingent upon the State ME Commission approving it, and that didn't happen. I clarified on the record for them that that agreement, the interlocal between Lake and Seminole, is still in effect to the extent that we can bring this issue back to the State ME. They wanted more information before they decided to approve the redistricting. So the last direction that Jennifer and I had was that we were going to continue in that direction with working to move into District 24 with Seminole. So if that direction is changed, we would like a motion and vote on that today so that when we go back to the next committee meeting, we have clear direction on that. In the meantime, Seminole County is working on a proposal that will be offered back to the District ME, and we haven't seen it yet, but obviously it will be in conjunction with Lake County for a amicable separation, again, if that's the direction this board still wants to go.
So what you could do today, even if it's just like, I don't want to say consensus, but we did vote on that. It was a 4-1 last time to continue that pursuit, to go pursue that direction. You could still do that from what I'm saying today. Now, you might have some new information that comes in from the sheriff's department, or which you're gonna reach out to them, right? Or we're supposed to.
We're trying to set up a meeting with.
Yeah, that's right. You're going to do that. Okay. Yeah, as well. So that maybe that changes something, and then there's an update next month on that before the May ME meeting. That might change it, but right now you're going to continue to pursue the separation then.
At this point, yes, that's the direction that we have, unless this board votes differently, yes.
Right, which, yeah, okay.
And then the remaining question was whether you put the $25,000 over to Marion and say, hey, we never really agreed or authorized this, but this is for what you consider our share of designing this building, which to me is an ambiguous message. Now, you could use this as a bargaining tool. You could use this for negotiation purposes or as a way to have that amicable separation by saying, okay, we want to have an amicable separation, and we will put this money towards that to offset some of your costs. But we've got to agree that we're going to separate.
Yeah, because to that point, you could ask ME Board 5, District 5, at the next meeting in May, for all 7 counties? 6 counties to vote for an amicable split, and you could get that, to your point of working amicably, if we agreed to pay this, where it's a 6-0 agreement for all the counties to split, and then it's done, and then the state ME board would say, okay, I see how you all are cooperating now. They're gonna do this split.
Mm-hmm. So I believe that Seminole County Commissioner Lockhart, her comment was that when a proposal is brought back to amicably separate districts, that her intent was to bring back some sort of division of these costs as well, an authorization to do that. So whatever that plan ends up being, that plan will also come back to this board prior to the next meeting of the District 5 committee.
So I think that's the path that we should take, the same path as Seminole, since that was the direction we set out on, and that this should only come back to us if we are able to work that agreement out.
Well, yeah, but so to your point, though, they did say they're going to reimburse. They just don't know the amount yet. Seminole County.
Yes,
yeah,
that's correct.
So she representing her board at that, I think she said that that's what their board would do, right?
Well, she didn't speak. She made it clear that she was not authorized to speak on behalf of the board because they had not addressed it.
That's right, for that issue.
They had not addressed it, and if the vote came up during that committee meeting, that she would vote no at that point because she did not have authorization from the board.
Right, okay.
So I feel like making a vote on item 2 is premature, short of saying that we would take that issue back up once we got to that point. And in the meantime, we continue on the same path, but we've got to make it very clear, this is the path that we're on, this is the direction we're going, and I'll reach out to the sheriff and the state attorney, which we've already attempted to get those meetings set up, to see if we can get their support so that we can revisit it, you know, and then see if we can get approval from the state committee.
Yeah, and yeah.
I've got a couple of thoughts on this.
Okay.
First, I believe the reason why there was a denial is because there was a misunderstanding through the board that gives the approval, because we hadn't had the opportunity to get with the stakeholders yet, the sheriff and the state's attorney. I think once that happens, that denial will be reversed. The second problem I have is this $25,444.93. I'm assuming that's done by population and not done by usage.
It was operating under the current agreement, so yes.
Right. So, and Marion County, from what I understand, or that all them District 5 decided that maybe they should actually do by usage, and the Lake County usage was lower than 2 other counties. So I think this 25,000 need to be adjusted to uses and not to population. And the third thing is we need to stand strong with what we agreed to with Seminole County. I don't think it's right for us to tell Seminole County, yes, we're in it with you, and then the next meeting say, oh, we don't know what we're doing. The board direction was quite clear, to me at least, that we were going to move forward with Seminole County creating a cohesive medical examiner between our 2 counties. And that's as far as I'm willing to go with it. I'm not willing to even entertain anything other than working with Seminole County, because that's exactly what we told them we would do as a board.
Right, and that was conveyed at the meeting too, so.
Okay, so do we actually need a vote, or is this your request to us, or?
Well, I felt like, you know, I wanted to update you on it for sure, but I don't think we need to do action on it now until we get some more information on it. But I mean,
So-
we don't. The next meeting's in May.
Do you have consensus for it, or you want them to take a vote?
So I think the dilemma that Jennifer has is that Seminole County is looking for a confirmation that you want to continue to move forward with them before they spend time working on a plan.
All right.
Or a
we need-
split, so let's
get
take a vote on that.
Motion on item 1.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we continue our negotiations and steadfast agreement with Seminole County to move our our medical examiner from District 5 to District 24.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed, yeah.
Okay, all right. And then the request regarding reimbursement, I hear on the board that that's not something you want to vote on today.
We can table that.
Yeah, we still have time on that.
Okay. And that doesn't need a formal vote to table. And so now we're moving on to item 27. Angela Harold to introduce Park View.
Good morning again, Chair and Commissioners. Angela Harold, Director of Parks and Trails. Recently, we met with the group from Parkview who provide live stream camera facilities and services at local park properties, and we wanted to bring it back to the board for some discussion and direction. They are offering to provide free cameras or donate cameras to up to 4 designated locations throughout Lake County. So I'm going to bring them up. The Parkview representatives are here to give you their presentation and answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah, first off, thank you all for having us here today.
Can you bring the microphone up to you so we can hear?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. First off, we appreciate you guys having us here today to share about our service and how it can help benefit Lake County and its residents. My name is Steven. I am the Chief Operating Officer of Parkview. I have here with me today Aaron, the CEO, and Becca, the CPO. And Parks and Rec has always been a big part of all of our lives. It's how we've connected and formed many of our personal relationships and friendships. And we actually all met through playing pickleball in St. Petersburg, Florida. And it was really through our own kind of experiences is where the idea from Parkview first came from. We found that some of the community challenges that we faced were different parks had different rules, operating hours, levels of play. Sometimes you could get to the courts, they could be completely overcrowded. Other times, no one would be around to play at all. And then also, especially in the Florida summers, the real-time weather conditions with, where it could be completely dry in one area, but 5 minutes down the road, it could be completely soaked. So the only way to really know would be drive there and find out, and then you realize you kind of wasted your time in doing so. And then from the county side, some of the challenges were park misuse and vandalism, administrative questions, calls, and complaints, and then funding and budget constraints, as well as resource allocation. And so our solution to that was the ability to know before you go in live views that you could see how busy the courts are, if they're empty, if they're overcrowded, and also the real-time weather conditions, not just for the community, but also county staff, tourists. Tourists are able to use it. Lake County residents are able to use it both within the county as well as when they're traveling to other locations that we had. And then while we are not a security company, it does encourage proper and safe use of the parks. And then with that, we can also be an information resource and broadcast for the county, working with you guys to provide all pertinent and relevant information in regards to the park systems, information about closures, events, leagues, just kind of anything really relevant that'd be valuable. And we can pretty much work with you guys and customize whatever information that you really want to be shown on your pages. And then, yeah, as Angela mentioned, we're able to donate up to between 3 to 5 camera equipment locations to the county free of charge. And this will remain free for the people. There's always going to be a free option for people in the community to use it. So it's never going to be an option for someone that is unable to use it because they can't afford to do so. So it's going to remain accessible for everybody in the community to use. So basically, we transform the park-going experience by providing real-time insights that eliminate community uncertainty and ease county challenges. And this is our product right here. There's some examples that we have. Eagle Scout Park, which is pickleball in Dunedin, Florida, as well as Rec Deck Volleyball. It's one of our private partners. And we actually just launched a new website here recently. They've been told we're able to show it here at the end of the presentation. We can pull it up so you guys can kind of see and visualize it.
Yeah, and we can show you an example of what the footage looks like. We're based out of St. Pete. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. We have that map right there is just a little still shot of the St. Petersburg area. And here in Lake County, we'd have a couple pins. It looks like we're going to have probably Wooten Park as well coming. Just wanted to give you guys a quick peek into what it would look like.
Yeah, so people would easily be able to, as you mentioned, there'd be pins on the map. People could explore, see nearby locations quickly and efficiently with the new website and app that we have coming here.
Aaron, are we looking at a different screen? There we go. Hold on a second. He had us on a different screen. There we go. Okay, now we can see you.
There's a magician behind the curtain here.
Yes, as we mentioned, this is our new website. This is Eagle Scout Park in Dunedin, Florida. This is a live view, so you're able to see the number of people that are playing, if courts are available, and basically make the decision. Do I want to play there, or do I want to go to another park, or would I rather do something else entirely with my evening?
And you can see there's inclement weather possibly in the area, cloudy skies, and as you know, it can be downpouring at this location, and 10 minutes away, it can be a sunny sky. So the whole point is to just help the community make an informed decision so that they're not driving aimlessly from park to park or location. It can plan their day efficiently and accordingly.
In a real-world example from yesterday, it rained basically all day.
So someone could wake up at 8 a.m. who wants to play, check the camera, see if the court is dry or not. If it is dry, make their way there. If it's not, sleep in.
And from an administrative standpoint, city staff, or county staff, excuse me, can also have access to this. I mean, the whole community. So it also allows, we've had quite a strong support in the St. Pete and Tampa area from the city and county staff that are campers in those locations that we serve. They love it as well, because if they need a quick peek into the park, they can use the new website, and then we have an app coming as well that they can peek in instead of having to drive over there. So it's also helping, with county resources as well.
Yep, and then there's additional information on the page. As Stephen said, we can customize it however you like. So park hours, if there's lights, what time the lights are on, if there's reservations available, links to wherever you can reserve it, a description, and then real-time weather, so you can see if a storm is coming.
And I think we do. I don't know how, if he can navigate on the site. If you wanted to go to Explore,
so scroll all the way up.
Scroll all the way up.
And then
Explore.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can allow, or yeah, either way.
Okay, now if you want to go find Lake County, you can zoom out if you need to.
We just put an example pin on.
There you go. So you want to click on, we have Hickory Point and Wooten Park right there.
Yeah, so just to kind of give you guys an example of what it could look like for your community, like Hickory Point, for example. People would easily be able to find that location. It's a very, it's probably the best volleyball location I've seen. So it'd be great to showcase that to both, future residents, tourists, as well as for the local community. And I know it's a big draw for events and tournaments, from my understanding as well.
Yeah, we've spoken with quite a few cities and counties in the state of Florida, and even some nationally now, but we're extremely impressed with what you guys are doing here. So whoever's in charge of that, shout out to you, because it's an incredible facility. And then we hear you're adding 24 pickleball courts as well, so looks like it could be a tourist recreational mecca here in the Florida area. Thank you for showing that. Yeah.
Yeah, so our current footprint right now is we're at 20 parks across 8 cities. The first couple quarters of this year, we have a lot of projects in the work for expansion, especially within the state of Florida, but we have a couple elsewhere outside of the state. Some locations of interest, this is just kind of a general list we kind of put together of where this service could be of use and valuable, but obviously you guys know your county better than we do, so it's just kind of a general list. And what we started as just pickleball, we found the value in tennis, volleyball. We've had a lot of requests for like boat ramps, so people can see if there's trailer parking, and how busy that is, dog parks, beaches, and more. So there's really a lot of use cases where something like this is of value, where people have ever drive somewhere and only to find out things aren't as they expected, and they wish they didn't spend 15 minutes in the car and completely wasted their time. So it's just about providing utility and convenience to help people. And then we have all different kinds of network solutions, depending on the site layouts and the power and connectivity on each individual one. And all this is stuff we would determine during like a site survey. That would pretty much, decide the number of cameras, the best placement of the cameras, and that type of stuff. And all the cameras are NDAA compliant, as they will be on federal and municipal grounds, county.
Anything the requirement for that is that any city or county that receives any type of government funding, which you do, then it needs to be a specific type of camera, which basically is USA sanctioned cameras, so you don't have foreign produced cameras that could have some type of spyware. So that's why it's NDAA compliant.
And yeah, really the next steps, if the county did decide they want to move forward from our end, is pretty simple. We have a non-binding LOI, which is just pretty much intent to enter into a project. It's like, as we mentioned, it's non-binding. It just helps us allocate the donation for the county, and then we would determine the number of park locations, and it'd be done under a gift agreement, memorandum of donation. So it's a non-monetary transaction, so nothing with the RFP process. Aaron has a lot of experience with that. And yeah, we would just determine the type of equipment, the camera placement, seeing if there's power and connectivity on site. And then for the implementation, we have an SOP that we provide. The only thing with the donation that we need from the county is simply to mount the hardware, and we will assist with the software side and getting everything else set up and live on the page for people to use.
Yeah, because you know, we have a limited number of donations, and with the donation, for those that we are donating to, we ask in return, you know, that you have someone on staff to just mount the camera, and they're about this big. It's really simple, and we provide all the equipment necessary for it, and we would assist with, you know, the SOP, with instructions, and then, like you said, the IT side to get the stream live. But we would maintain the stream live and everything at no cost to the county. So I guess we want to open up any questions for.
Yeah, I appreciate the presentation. I'll ask the, well, let me say I know there's a need big time to figure out where to go for pickleball courts, and that's a crazy issue right now. So I appreciate this. It's pretty interesting what you're doing. I'll ask the obvious question, though, about the privacy. You know, I mean, maybe that goes to the type of camera. You know, can it be of such low quality that it's just shapes that you're seeing, you know, without faces? You know, how do you address that issue? Because I think that could be a concern.
Yeah, that's a fair question. It's, you know, one of the first questions we always are asked. So first off, it is in compliance with all federal laws. There's no audio. It's video only. And the intent of our service and product is to not hone in and say, oh, that's, you know, Mr. Parks out there playing and he's wearing his Nike shirt and he's missing his backhands again. It's
People
just
would want to show up to play me.
Yeah, there you go. I think Kirby would take you on, I think. So it's just to give a general idea of, hey, are the courts too crowded? Are they not crowded enough? There's no one to play with, or has the weather affected the area? We have the ability to zoom that in, zoom that out to your preference. We also have blur technology. With a click of a button, we can blur out faces. So those are not federal requirements. It's entirely legal. It's no different than a Ring doorbell or news broadcast out in the public. So, but with that, we obviously want to cater to the cities and counties we work with in their preferences, and we have the ability to do so.
So I've got a couple of questions. I just want to make sure that I understand your presentation correctly. This is live Zoom only, no recordings, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that takes care of that problem. No facial recognition being done. That takes care of that problem, okay. Can you, and did I hear right that you can make reservations on the website for each individual park? Is that right or no? Or is that an opportunity or?
We can provide a link. If you have a reservation system in place or you look to implement one, we can provide that link.
I got you.
On the site.
And then the phone number is on there.
Yeah, yep. Any information you would like on the page, we're going to work with your team to collaborate with how you would like it, what information you'd like on there, what links, contact information, all of that.
And the last question, I'm not quite sure I heard right, because if I did, I wouldn't understand your business model. You said it's no cost to the county?
Correct, yeah. So we've selected, we obviously can't donate to all of the partnerships that we work with, but because of your unique volleyball facility being the largest in the state, possibly the country. Largest in the country, and you're looking to expand, and then there's 24 pickleball courts coming. You know, we've selected this as one of our few municipalities that will donate the equipment to. Other not municipality, but county. Other cities and counties are going to have to pay for that. But with yours, we would.
So I would make a suggestion that we don't make this decision. I think we take it to the Parks and Recreation, let them really vet this thing, and come back to us with a recommendation.
So yeah, you all make your money by people getting your app, right?
And advertisements.
Yes.
So it's free for everyone. We're going to have a premium model, but it's the ad revenue.
Yeah.
And this will be mostly derived by like pickleball, volleyball, tennis brands, sports, nutritional, local realtors, local businesses, that kind of things. No drugs, sex, alcohol, any of that stuff.
Correct. If you saw on the website a minute ago, you would have saw a little gray box below the player. That's where one advertisement would go, and then one to the right. So that allows us to not have to charge. We're not charging the community right now to use it. We will always have a free version of it, and that's how we're able to monetize.
So
yeah, I like your idea. Oh, go ahead.
So what's the normal charge for somebody that you're going to give us 2 or 3 now? If we wanted to do other ones, what's the normal charge?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's determined by the site location. Is there power on site? Is there connectivity on site? What type of camera? Are we going to use a bullet that's fixated and still? Are we going to use a PTZ? It really can range. It can range anywhere from 1,000 to 7,000 per camera. So
One time?
Yeah.
One-time fee?
Correct. Yep.
So I really like the idea, the possibility of boat ramps as well. As you know, as a boater.
I was thinking Silver Glen, quite frankly.
And kayak.
Thank you. It was in my mind, too.
Kayak rental, doing a kayak.
So
We have a couple of
Springs and, yeah.
boat ramps around here can get crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a request we didn't.
So, and we have so many boat ramps that hits all of our chain of lakes. You can, if you have, like Hickory Point has phenomenal boat ramp. And then you have, Lake Eustis has boat ramps, Tavares has boat. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities there, so. Again, I would just say, hand it off to Parks and Recreation, let them do all their little stuff they do. Angela, can I see you for a second?
So I would like to say a couple of things first before I hand it over to Angela. We will have to evaluate the procurement process before we can just hand it over to Parks and Trails. So we'll have to take a look at the procurement process, make sure we're doing everything the way we need to do it, and also bring in IT as well as Parks and Trails to evaluate.
So once the attorney says it's okay, is Parks and Trails okay to at least vet this thing and let us know your professional opinion on?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
And we would also be willing to maybe take it to our Parks, Recreation, and Trails Advisory Board so that they can weigh in on that as well.
All right, sounds good. Great presentation, and I think it's a great service you
Does
provide.
this need a motion?
So if you just give us consensus to move forward, then we'll start the process of reviewing procurement requirements and get staff coordinated with Melanie on that.
I'm good.
I'm good too.
Yeah, I think it sounds like we all are. Thank you for being here today, and we'll have our staff work with you and find out what hoops we have to jump through to make sure that we're doing everything the way we have to.
Congratulations on being an entrepreneur.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much for
Great.
your time.
Cool.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on then to tab 28.
Yeah. I figured you knew him. See you guys very soon.
Tab 28, Commissioner Smith, this is a vacancy on the Parks, Recreation, and Trails Advisory Committee that ends on June 30th, 2025, and the applicant is Patrick Long from District 5.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, moving on then to 29. Again, Commissioner Smith is on the Tourist Development Council. We have to fill a position for an elected municipal officer, and those officers have to serve from our 2 largest municipalities, which are Leesburg and Claremont, and we already have a Leesburg appointee. So we have a request for Allison Strange from Claremont, but we also would have to change the term on Alan Reisman so that we make it coincide with the end of his municipal term. So I'm turning it over to you for your.
Yeah, Allison Strange would be a great pick. However, I think through all of her other businesses, there's a lot of conflicts that she wouldn't be able to vote on, or she'd have to have a waiver on. I'm uneasy about the conflicts that would come along with having council member or Commissioner Strange on the TDC board. I just wish they would pick somebody, have her be the liaison between the TDC and Claremont, but to actually be on the TDC board, have somebody that has less conflicts, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I mean, even just earlier on the agenda, there was a request that was made for the spring games, right?
Correct.
That was, yeah.
Correct. PFX, Spring Games, Legends Way. I mean, there's a bunch of them.
Your concern could be a continual,
It could be continual, and it could also hinder what we can do as a TDC board.
Because you have one spot that wouldn't be.
Because there's so many conflicts on there.
Quorum, or if you're missing somebody else that day and then she can't vote, those are the kind of things that you're
Correct.
concerned about.
Yeah. Valid concerns.
So I don't know how to do this. Maybe just go back to the city of Claremont and, you know.
Oh, I'm sure she'll understand.
I hope. I mean, I like her, and I hope she understands, but I'm uncomfortable.
But that's a lot on her plate, even to do
Right.
what she's doing now.
Yeah, so the message is just to reconsider that position from appointment from Claremont then.
Can we do that?
So we can send a letter, if that's the consensus of the board. We can send a letter to Claremont requesting that they appoint someone else from their council to serve in the capacity as a TDC representative from Claremont.
And if we can give some reasons that were stated.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Okay, yeah, as long as the letter's very clear that the concern is, and not just a general conflict of interest statement, but something more along the lines that applications that actually come before the board oftentimes are associated with her group and her organizations that she's representing. And so it could create quorum problems and all of that.
I think we can relay that there's concern that there would be a lot of items that she would be unable to vote on due to the conflicts, and that could create the issues for the TDC and moving forward projects.
As far as aligning Alan Reisman's term, we wouldn't need to do that today, or should we go ahead and do that?
You can leave that, and when we bring back another applicant, we can address it at that time.
Okay. Okay, then moving on to tab 30, this is a request approval to reappoint Paul Johns to the Greater Orlando Sports Commission's Executive Board representing Lake County.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, any further discussion?
Couldn't think of a better person.
Excellent.
He does a great job, they say.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Moving on then to tab 31 with regard to Library Advisory Board, I'll call on Commissioner Parks, or Commissioner Morris.
I'm going to pass this off to Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, this is in my district, and I would like to be able to vet and pick out somebody to be on the library board.
Okay. All right, then moving to item 32, which was added, and that was a discussion about conservation easements. This is Commissioner Sabatini's request.
Oh, wow, we moved quickly, didn't we? So, wait, down here?
Yeah, it's 32. It's a addendum to the regular agenda.
Yeah, oh, yeah, okay. So I'm sure all of you have seen in the news this very hot topic about one of the largest property transfers in our county. And so this is a very important topic. I want to talk to you about it because it has to do with the future of the county. I'm not going to specifically talk about any pending application from the owners of the land that own the land right now, because technically I didn't know until this thing hit Growth Spotter and West Channel 2 that they had already submitted an application. So not talking about zoning, not talking about comp plan amendments. But right now we're in basically a crisis in this county because the county's failed miserably for decades to protect certain elements of the community that I think give it a sense of identity and purpose and meaning. And obviously the people in Lake County agree with that sentiment. It's quite literally why they approved the bond buying mechanism at the rate that they did. In fact, I think if it was twice as high, it would have passed by the same margin, probably 3 times, honestly. And so we're all going to have to make the decisions of how we want to spend that money, and what we want to do to buy easements. And there's going to be different types of projects and land that are of interest to people. But I believe, and I hate to rush things like this because, honestly, there's nothing we can do. These things are happening very quickly in this county of 440,000 people. But I think we need to prize the agricultural working lands. I think it's more important to have working agricultural lands in the community than just quiet, passive green space. Although that's extremely important and beautiful and great, it creates a different type of value. And I think the agricultural working lands, of which actually, if you really do the math here, we're talking about probably 5 or 10 real farms really in the entire county. And doing what we can do to try to prioritize which ones have the most value, and then making an offer, future offer to spend some of our conservation easement money is very important. With that said, I mean, I put this on the agenda because even though our bond funds don't even come in until next year, there's nothing we can do at this exact moment. We should at least be entertaining the conversation with major stakeholders in the community about potential conservation easement rights. Because if we don't, then time flies and it's just gone. Those opportunities are gone. And this, for me, is an opportunity to engage with a major stakeholder in the community and talk about it. So I obviously had staff reach out to one property owner about a potential offer of conservation easement rights. And there's actually been these really contradictory, mixed messages in the media. There's probably 15 articles on this topic in just the last 7 days. And the statements are actually extremely conflicting about what's for sale, when's for sale, what's going to happen, what's not going to happen. It's been an enormous amount of false information. But I think the one thing that we can all probably agree on is that it is an important property whose use is good for the community, and that we should formally have staff reach out, whether that means off the record or not, and make tentative opening conversations with potential commitments for future conservation easement rights. Because if we don't, these things happen so quickly, they could happen in the midst of 1 or 2 county commission meetings, and those communications didn't occur and didn't result in anything positive. And so staff was already doing that. They've already reached out, and there's been conversations. And because of the Sunshine Law, obviously, there's no way for me to ever bring this up other than just dumping it on the agenda, and everybody has to sort of react to it, because I can't just pick up the phone like I used to do in the legislature and kind of gauge people. So everybody in this county's been, everyone on this commission's been in the county for a very long time, and they've watched the county change, and they probably have their own opinions about what are the properties that would benefit the county as a whole with conservation easement rights. For me, the working farms, the large working farms, are probably the single most important that I believe. With that said, you know, I kind of got what I wanted in terms of the first step, which was to open up a conversation. And like I said before, the folks who own the land that I'm interested in trying to offer a conservation easement to down the road have given some different impressions. The first statements were, well, we've never really even thought about that. It's, you know, we've already had these other people. And then it was, you know, there's contracts that are already in place. But then quite literally after that, that was sort of walked back. And, well, actually, it's sort of contractual, not really. It's 18 to 24 month type thing, and we'll see. And then eventually it landed at, well, if the county can make a commensurable offer, then maybe we'll do that. So I'd love to get your guys' thoughts. Again, I hate to rush and jam you guys up with stuff like this, but when these deals happen so suddenly in the community, and we as a commission only find out when the application gets dropped and the news pick it up, or Growth Spotter, that's the only time to have the conversation, really. So just love to get your guys' thoughts on it, even if they're just sort of abstract thoughts. And again, I'm not interested really, and I'm not trying to push everybody's opinion on land use. and comprehensive plan amendments. That's totally, quasi judicial. We'll talk about that another time. But just, I guess, the importance on conservation easements in one type of property or another in terms of the limited funds we have.
So I'm not sure whether the county attorney wants to pipe up, but I think that we have to stop right at this moment. And I don't think we can have any conversation about any particular property, period. We can talk in abstract. We can talk in abstract about land use. We can talk in abstract about conservation easements. I know the state has a program. In fact, Representative Truenow was, I think, working really hard on purchase of ag land across the state as a possibility of easements. So that what you do is a farm continues, but their development rights are purchased, and that is what facilitates them being able to continue on as a farm. I think that was the program maybe that he was working on. But I do think that, and I welcome the opportunity to talk about land use in general, and as far as the obligation of local government, to try to manage and quote control growth in light of property rights in the state of Florida. It's a very complicated discussion, and a lot of people in our county, me included, aren't thrilled about how quickly Lake County is growing and how quickly our municipal boundaries are expanding. Those are issues that I brought up before at county commission meetings, because I think that's really where most of the growth is happening. It's municipal expansion, and I think that one thing could really pull things back, and we could have more sort of quality development. My ask to the cities continues to be honor the county's rural and rural transition land uses. If they would do that one thing, that would help delineate where urban and urbanized uses are versus rural and rural transition uses are. Those are the kind of things that I think we can talk about, and we can talk about in abstract, but we have to be extremely careful about having any kind of discussion. If there's, whenever there are pending applications, we have to we can't have those discussions.
Whenever you're ready, or I guess we can go in order.
So I don't know where you're talking about. I mean, there's farmlands all over the place here in Lake County. North Eustis is full of farmlands. South Lake is full of farmlands. East Lake is full of farmland. So I don't know what land you're talking about. But I'm not sure that a couple of things here. We can't purchase, I don't think we can purchase a tract of land as conservation and then have somebody else farm it. If we're using public funds to make a conservation for somebody else to make it a farmland, and I'm not sure if you can even farm conservation land. I'm not 100% sure on that. The second thing is, don't we have TDR rights, or we're looking into TDRs?
Transfer development rights.
Yep, transfer development rights, which would give those farmers the opportunity to transfer the rights they currently own to sell off to somebody else so they could do it in a more dense area, right?
That's the concept, yeah.
That's the concept. So to say that we're not concerned or we've done a horrible job is absolutely not right. This board has done nothing but try to protect our conservation lands and our rural protection area the best we could without getting sued. The next thing is we have a referendum that was passed by 80%, but that referendum has rules to it, and one of the rules is we have to have a board set up to find the best, most logical place to purchase these conservation lands within the county and bring that recommendation to the county commission. Now, I know that applications are out there, so if you want to be on the board, please fill out your application to be on the board, to help us know where these lands are. But that can't start until 2026 because we have to have other millage sunset, right, Jennifer?
That's correct. That sunsets in April of 2026.
And this picks up.
And then we could go out for a bond following that.
Okay. So we're doing everything we can to save conservation here in Lake County. Lake County, I think, is currently over 34% conservation land already. As we currently sit today, we're just trying to make it more. So we're doing the best we can, but to buy somebody's land and have them farm it, there's other opportunities out there.
Yeah, I think there are federal and I do think there's federal and state programs along those lines that have been done in other areas. That's very different than the public land acquisition referendum that was directed at passive lands, water quality concerns, habitat concerns, wildlife concerns, those kind of things. But anyway,
Yeah,
Commissioner
I love the topic. So, Commissioner Sabatini, as it's worded on tab 32, discussion and direction regarding conservation easements. Absolutely love the discussion. So appreciate having the discussion. Yeah, I mean it's time we talk about it more. We can continue to pursue some of the things that we've talked about in the past in protecting these agricultural lands. We have some very arable lands in Lake County that I would hate to see lost to development. So no doubt about that. How it fits with the recent bond referendum that passed, I mean, there could be. There might be a little bit if there's some conservation land, maybe that's part of some agricultural legacy lands. But the big thing that we need to do, and I think you sort of touched on it a minute ago, Commissioner Sabatini, was the discussion about on the state level. And I know Commissioner Campion alluded to this as well. It's the Rural and Family Lands Protection Act is the way to go. Yes, Senator Truenow has been a part of that. Recently had, just a few days ago, had a good conversation with Commissioner Simpson, Commissioner of Agriculture, about this. Would love to come and talk to us about how that works. We could fit that in at a future county commission meeting. But there is probably a leadership role, to your point, of maybe we bring all these ag properties, because I think there's a lot of them, more than we realize, around the county together, and maybe we have a leadership role in pursuing the next cycle, or maybe there's flexibility within this cycle for Rural and Family Lands Protection Act monies, alongside of, I do think we should expedite. I know we can't use the bond money technically until 2 years from now, but I do think there's some things that we could do. We're going to set up the committee, but I do think we need to pursue deals right now as soon as possible. And yeah, exactly. Get it going, because it's not going to get any cheaper. We just need to find a way to maybe stay in the game with that. And even though we can't fully bond the $50 million until 2 years from now. But so a little bit of a sort of a rambling. I appreciate kind of what you all have said so far, and it could almost be a whole nother workshop item. But it is a very real chance, and again, I'm glad it's on the agenda for us to take a leadership role and get with our ag folks and pursue these opportunities. So what they do is if you are awarded one of those grants or if I don't call it a grant, I guess it's more of a purchase of development rights and easement on an ag land. So they could pay anywhere from 50 to 70% of the market value, and then you can continue to keep going forward and use ag on. You can sell the land actually to somebody completely different and use it, and it just has to stay in agricultural use. So maybe where our role is putting the deals together on that, maybe finding other ag folks in the community that might be interested in a property that is going to fall underneath this Rural and Family Lands Protection Act, and then maybe we pursue like Trust with Public Land or the Alachua Land Trust or somebody else to kind of bridge the gap in the time being. Maybe there's a portion of it that comes from our referendum bond money as well. If it fits within that ordinance, and I encourage you, the new commissioners, if you have not, for good reading, you can read the ordinance that we authorized last year. It goes into great detail about what it'll do. So just my 2 cents on how to proceed, but I love the discussion.
Well, I have a few things in response to all the opening comments, but I don't want to cut off our.
The last guy in line.
Maybe we could do some opening comments and then have a conversation. I think we can move very forward in a similar direction if we just.
I think if you'll look and see what the state has done, they've kind of worked on that wildlife corridor section, and that's the type of land that they've been acquiring. So I think that's the first thing we would need to do is identify and qualify what they would be interested in. I don't think that we're going to have enough money to go out and do that. So I think we're going to need help from the state or the other organizations. So that's my 2 cents.
All right, so first thing we talked about, I think it's very important that we make clear, is that there's no limitation on the $50 million Lake Forever program on spending it on just pure conservation versus buying easements to working agricultural land. So what I'm telling you is, again, I hate the abruptness of all of this, but it's the way we have to start things. I'd encourage you, definitely doing a workshop on it in the next couple of weeks so we can go more into detail, is prioritizing the purchase of easements on working ag land versus just pure passive land. And the reason why is kind of what Sean just said. If we don't do it now, the price just gets out of control down the road. And it feels like, I could be wrong here, and we're all experiencing it, is that these working lands are being sold at a high price right now, like literally right now. So even though we have a year until we can do anything, if we at least engage in conversations with major agricultural land, we can lock in commitments and show an earnest commitment to buying easements on these working ag lands before the price goes crazy, before things are sealed up. And again, like we saw in the conversation, again, we're just talking about conservation easements, not about land use specifically. If we make it clear that we're interested in buying those lands, and I think then we're going to have more willing partners who come to the county and say, well, maybe you can buy these conservation easements, maybe not. At the end of the day, we can't do anything that they don't want to do. But I just want to make sure that our interest is extremely well known, which I don't think historically, it was a major topic until now. And so now it's a major topic and interest. And I want to make sure people know that's how I'm going to be voting. Of course, we're going to have a citizens advisor board. They're going to have great ideas. But at the end of the day, the final authority will be ours. And for me, if somebody says you want to protect the passive piece of green space that's, singularly beautiful to look at, versus the working ag farms, which I think will be completely dismissed from the community if we allow them all to just follow a natural path, I guess you could say. I'm going to go with the working land because it's what's created the identity here. And so that's where I think we should prioritize our conservation and easement money going forward.
And we could talk about the topic all day long. I do want to point out that many years ago, when the first public lands acquisition process was started, there was a debate that occurred after properties were acquired about whether properties should have been acquired in areas that were already rural, that were already restricted for development because they were in areas that could not be developed. Why would you buy those lands? Unless you were trying to maybe create like a park type experience where you go hiking and that type of thing.
Part of a larger.
Or part of a larger wildlife corridor. So there's a lot of, when you make a decision about prioritizing, I think you have to be careful that you have a broad criteria because there are properties that are under threat of development because of their location, but they're highly sensitive environmentally. That's the type of land that a lot of people feel should be way at the top of that list. The location is key as to whether it's actually threatened by development. So that, I think, based on what we learned from the last land acquisition process, is really important to keep in mind because if it's not under threat of development and it's already in a natural condition, then maybe it's not a prime candidate for purchase. So I think there are a lot of criteria that go into it, and I do think you have to look at other resources that are available because you will deplete that money so fast one of the things that was raised when we were having the discussion about this second referendum was how can you leverage this money? Because really, when you look at the dollar amount, it can only go so far. But if you can leverage it by using it to get grants, like the Forever Florida grants and so forth. You use a portion and you match it with this money, you can make it go further. There's been a lot of discussion about using it for a combination of trails that then also provide wildlife corridors and green space corridors. So you just, I think that it's great to be passionate about the idea of protecting a certain type of land in Lake County, but there are a lot of different types of land that deserve and should be protected, and I think the location is always going to be key. The threat of development should be key. The ability to connect wildlife corridors should always be at least a consideration. So all of these criteria, I don't know whether we can form the committee before we hit the 2026 mark, but if we can form the committee and these kind of discussions can occur, I think the sooner the better is great. I don't know whether you can go, actually enter into letters of intent and do anything like that or not, but that was alluded to. So if that's something that could be done, if you actually form the committee, you have the criteria, and then they actually start getting applications in, maybe you can have at least letters of consideration or something like that, that you could start to review properties and at least use this time as a time to be doing that.
Yeah, there's nonprofits that'll do that. Trust for Public Land, Lateral Land Trust, even Ag Trust that'll do the same thing. That could bridge the gap
in between.
Timeframe. Yeah, exactly. You want to get on as quick as possible. It's not going to get any cheaper. So we do have. I mean, this is a good position to be in, really, if you think about it, to be talking about all these different kinds of lands. So we're in a better position this year now with this than we were last year. But I think you can leverage. The term leverage was used. You can leverage. So it could be leveraged to some lands that are ag if there's a conservation element to it.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, there's going to be finite resources. We're all going to have our opinions. I think each of us has made our opinion known. Whether we agree with each other's opinions or not, I think I'm going to be very just blunt with you. For me, I'm super high on the working ag land. Why? Because it's all going away. Yeah. Okay, it's going away, and the only way you fix that is to follow what some states have done, which is to prioritize buying the purchase of those conservation easements. I would like to see the committee get formed earlier. I'd like to see the Citizens Committee get formed earlier. And I'm not saying we have to do it today. And what I'm saying is over the next few weeks, I think we should come up with even if it's just informal set of policies where staff is already identifying areas, making conversations. And the votes are the votes. There might be 3 or 4 commissioners that say, nope, this is where we're going to spend the money. But at least we're making that decision early. We're not waiting. We don't want this, or this fell at number 5 on the list or whatever. But I guess my biggest thing is I just like to get into it very quickly and then don't miss opportunities, especially when they're major stakeholders. And Commissioner Smith made a very good point. He said there's farms everywhere in this county. That's right. But I think the biggest thing you should be doing right now, and that we should be doing as a collective group, is really prioritizing which ones are stakeholders significant and singular in the community that do give it a sense of identity and place, and which ones are not as important, and so therefore we can each argue for where they should be on the list. So I'd like to see us schedule a workshop in the next couple of weeks where we start a committee, start conversations. And please don't misinterpret my criticism. I don't mean to say that people who have been on the commission for the last 4 years have done something wrong. I meant just if you look at a half century of change in the county, although we've had a lot of very good change in the county, I think most people would agree that we could have a stronger approach towards preserving certain forms of the economy. That's it. That's really my point. But I'd like to see us just take a look at a workshop and we can start doing this. And again, I might be in the minority here, but at least I know your guys' positions, and we're all going to be on the same page.
So, and just to be clear, I think that for the last 25 years, the county's comp plan is clear that agricultural land is given a very high status. So that's a reality. The other thing that you need to understand, I think, is very important, is that most of the municipal boundaries that have grown in Lake County is where your development is happening. They're not gobbling up farms as a general rule. Yeah, it's an interesting way to start a conversation by saying that the county has done miserably.
County as a whole, not a county commission. Don't misinterpret what I hope you think I meant.
Well,
Like,
no, but
this commission or that
I
commissioner.
also think that this is a philosophical argument, too, that I think you need to take into consideration, and that is, how much do you want land to be owned by the public? I mean, how can we, I mean, that's what they do in socialist countries.
Mm-hmm.
They buy up all the land, and then only a few people are paying for everything to be operated in that country. You know, it's like you kind of need to put it in a bigger philosophical context, I think, because we could go broke if only, you know, you got a handful of people who are out there in ownership. It just like there's.
Totally. No.
So
that's a danger.
It is, and I just think that, you know, you got to kind of step back and say, okay. I mean, everybody always starts this conversation about growth management in Lake County going back to the freezes in the 80s, and how it was the farmers who were desperate to make sure that their land had some development right capacity, because they couldn't make ends meet. They lost everything. And so that's kind of back in the 80s is when growth management was really at a, you know, its pinnacle, as they tried to establish, okay, which lands are going to be rural, which are going to be urban expansion, which are going to be, you know, urbanized. All of that was established at that period of time in Lake County. But if you look at where the growth centers are, they're the municipalities. So I'm not quite sure how you do it differently than how it was done, you know, establishing, you got an urban area, you got a ring around that your, you know, your suburban area, and then you go further out and you've got your rural areas. That's kind of how all of that was set up back in the 80s and 90s when the first comp plan was adopted. Then what started happening in Lake County is that a city would grow out of the urban expansion area, and then they would actually annex lands that were rural transition and rural lands. In my opinion, that is where it falls apart, that delineation between urbanized areas and rural areas. And I'm of the opinion that if we can kind of reestablish that and convince our cities and our voters and our residents to get behind that, we will do more good for protecting the character and charm of Lake County and creating more of a managed growth approach than anything else we can do. But that's my 2 cents worth, but I do think you have to be careful when you start talking about buying up and controlling land.
And I couldn't agree more. We went to the state legislature 2 years ago just for that same fact. The problem we're having is these municipalities are annexing into our RPAs, and they don't have to follow the rules of the RPA, rural protection area. We have transitional zones, but as soon as the city of Tavares or the city of Leesburg or the city of Highway or you name a city annexes in, they don't have to follow those rules. So we as a board went to the state legislature 2 or 3 years ago and asked them to make it a state law that you have to respect the rural protection areas, and that didn't move forward. I don't know why it didn't move forward, so we're trying another avenue. It's not like we're not trying, but I'm a personal belief that if you're a landowner, you have a right to do what you want with your land. I mean, it's personal property rights. Now, if you have a farmland that he's willing to sell it for $1,000 an acre, which is what it's probably worth without the commercial aspect, then okay. But he's probably wanting $350,000 an acre because that's what it's worth under a commercial thing and not a farmland. So, you know, I was in smut pots in the middle of the orange groves in 1989 trying to help one of my friends' dad try to save his grove. It didn't work. He lost everything. So
I'm just going to say, I do think, you know, moving forward, I agree. I want the committee set up as soon as possible. I want it to be the right committee. I do think we could do this in 3 weeks if we wanted to, or next week. Get everybody from agriculture that's interested. The Commissioner of Agriculture, maybe we could coordinate a meeting with him as well and go over this, even this specific program and what we know is available to us through some of the trust for protecting ag lands. That is a component of it. I want to be very clear and be on the record too. I'm not for buying out like the total government purchase of all ag lands, and I don't think you are either. But you know, it's the old phrase: if everyone owns the land, nobody owns it. So I don't think we want to get to that point. But I think from a protection of our economy and just as a national, kind of a national security issue, there could be a benefit to getting some people together for the county that are interested in keeping their lands in agricultural use through an easement process where that's, you know, passed down to the next generation. I think some of those are 50 years out, so it's not a permanent easement, although some of them might be. I don't know that for sure. But that could be a sort of a middle road for us to address a very real concern of losing good agricultural lands in Lake County as well. So
I think the county manager has something to say about that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Morris. So we are currently accepting applications. We've received some for the committee. Our plan is to bring it back to the board to actually seat a committee in the March or April timeframe this year. So that's on the move. We want to make sure we get as many applicants as possible so we get a good range of candidates to be considered by this board. Once that committee is appointed by the board, then they will start the process of looking at the criteria for the lands to be considered for purchase using the public lands referendum funding.
The way that it's worded, do they create the criteria and bring it back for us to opine on the criteria, or do we establish the criteria and provide that to committee? What's the sequence there?
I think it's for them to come up with criteria that they want to recommend to this board for consideration, and then ultimately it is this board's decision on what that criteria will be.
Because it's like two steps, right? You got the criteria, you got our oversight of the criteria. Then you have the actual process of evaluating applications based on that criteria.
Correct.
So we have input on both parts
Correct.
of that.
And it gives you basically a checklist to kind of evaluate the properties.
Yeah, read the ordinance. You know, it was discussed multiple times using the countywide conservation strategy as a sort of deciding factor, which, by the way, addresses agricultural lands in that countywide conservation strategy. So we are kind of covering it. So that was, and it might there's some different GIS models that might even actually be mentioned in that ordinance. I'm not sure 100%. You would think after looking at it all last year, I would have had it memorized.
I feel like it was in the ordinance.
Yeah.
There was language about the
Mark Sand model and the countywide conservation strategy. Yeah. Yeah.
We can send that ordinance out for everybody to review again, so it's fresh in your mind.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So do we have some consensus maybe on a potential workshop where we do go more in detail with this stuff? Because I do think the timeliness is very important on the committee, on the prioritization, and on the what we can and can't do. And then also working with our state partners. You guys described the Family Rural Trust Protection Grant mechanism. It's usually $50 to $100 million funded. It's pretty limited. If you get $6 or $7 million out of that for one property, that's considered very high. We should be lobbying them, and maybe we could talk about that at the workshop. We should also be talking about to the legislature about doubling the size of it, because it's remained the same for many, many years now, and so we can do that at the workshop.
Well,
we're going to have a committee set up. I'm sorry, we're going to have a committee set up March or April, right? Well, March is 7 days away.
Well, going back to Commissioner Campion's question, is that to set up the committee or the criteria for how we set up the committee? Because I'm all about voting on a good committee, but I'd like to know kind of what the other commissioners think about. Is it just anybody in your district and then that's it, and then they apply whatever they want?
So we have, in the ordinance, we have specific requirements to be a member of the committee. Some of it may have a background in trails. Some may have geological background. There's specific things, and then there's a couple of just at-will type members, so, or I'm sorry, at-large type members. So we'll send out that ordinance for you, and you'll be able to see what the requirements are for the membership. And then we are taking the applicants, and so the staff will vet them and put them into the appropriate category of what eligibility they meet, and then bring it to the board for final approval. You may have 3 or 4 people that meet one specific criteria as a committee member, and you may have none.
So I'm more than willing to answer your question is, once the ordinance comes out, bring it back to the next meeting and then see if we need to workshop it.
I agree.
Yeah, and again, I'll just put it out there. Don't necessarily answer it today, but if you want to get a full, including in the workshop, invite everybody in Lake County that's agriculture. They're very tight. You invite a few of them, a couple of the leaders, they're all going to come. You could get them in a room and potentially with, can't speak for him, but he said he would meet with us, the Commissioner of Agriculture himself. We could have that meeting and say, this is something we want to encourage. We're trying to hear from you. Are you interested in this? What are your other ideas? You know of other trusts or anything, programs that you could participate in? How do we facilitate, if nothing else, just ask them, how do we facilitate the protection of ag lands in Lake County?
We're talking about a different workshop.
I know it's a different,
So maybe we need to break this into a couple parts. Yeah. One would be, if we want a workshop specifically,
I think it boils down, if we can just get the municipalities not to change the rules in the RPAs, and it would solve most of this.
I agree.
Sign a JPA tomorrow.
But we've had the request about a workshop on ag land protection, connecting our farmers to programs, that kind of thing. How about at next meeting I bring back a proposal on a couple things like that? Whether we do that separately on ag issues. I'm not sure. I mean, the commissioner, that's one possibility. Another is somebody who has all of the knowledge about the programs.
Either way, yeah.
And we invite all of our ag folks. We've got a way to do that. That most of them are part of the local farm bureau. We can work through
them on their terms and go somewhere to one of the.
We could go to a farm, but we have to open it to the public and make it easily accessible.
That's true.
So, and then the other issue is the committee. Are we publicizing that heavily, asking for people to get applications? And how are we letting people know this is a time to put an application in if you're interested in serving?
Yeah, I believe we've done some communication on that. Angela can better answer that question.
Because this could be something, if you could share with us a link or whatever the ad looks like, so that we personally can also share that with people.
So we have received about 10 applications. There were some additional questions that were specific to this committee that we sent to those individuals. Once I have those back, we'll be getting that to you. Then we can vet it and see where we have applicants that match up. And then we were going to put out and work with communications to put out a press release saying we still need these vacant places. But we can put out
an initial
sure.
press. Have we done an initial press?
We have not, no ma'am.
I feel like you got to do that. You got to go ahead and put a press release out that says there's going to be this committee. Here are the positions, the types of trades or expertise we're looking for. If you're interested, the deadline is this. And get that out there so that we get as many as possible. And then you guys do the vetting to see which ones fit into which category. And then we go from there and making the appointments.
Yep, we can work on that.
And then one question, what's the quantity? How many people are we looking at?
It is 9 with
9.
1 commissioner liaison.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, let's move quickly on that. I think we're all in agreement that that needs to start getting into place very quickly.
And then just a couple final small remarks. So we're very far out from the next legislative session, other than the one we already done our priorities for. But I would strongly put at the top of our priority list reform and expansion of the Family Rural Farmland Protection Trust Bill, because what that would do is if you could break it down the population, or like certain counties get X amount, or just doubling it, make that a priority of ours. I think that is very important because it is a very limited program, even though obviously I completely agree with you that we should be lobbying to get as much money out of there as we possibly can.
No, let's go ahead and say that's going to be our next legislative priority. We want to keep that on, we want to put that on our list. And to the extent that there's any opportunity this session for more money to be put in that program, we can let them know. So I think that if we're all in agreement there, that needs to be a a high priority, and especially in a place in Central Florida where we've got one of the highest growth rates, where there is a lot of threat to those lands continuing on in their current use, that we should be asking the legislature to help us out. Okay.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. And again, these things pop up because this is the speed at which this county is growing. You wake up, you turn on the news, and quite literally major changes happen in the community. So all we can do is throw it on the agenda and get everybody to just have that conversation very quickly. So appreciate it, guys.
Okay, moving down to reports. County attorney report? County manager?
No report.
Commissioner Sabatini?
Oh, that's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Parks?
Yeah, just a couple things. So appreciate the staff from Public Safety. We won't forget about you. She won't forget about you.
I'm not. I'm looking at my, I got my order.
It's all in order. So the Montverde Fire Station, appreciate that. I thought that went off very well, and I know Montverde is happy, so thank you, Chief, back there for doing that. Wanted to just, I guess, celebrate the alternative water supply grant request for funding. It's not a study per se, like we're still studying the problem. We know what the problem is. I think we've used that term as a study, but this is essentially a plan that puts together what we know will work to create alternative water supplies for Wellness Way. And that was amazingly proved at the speed of lightning in the terms of legislature world right now, because we had some good meetings. Kathleen was with us, Chris, our lobbyist with DEP, and we found out rather quickly within the last 2 or 3 weeks afterwards that that's actually been awarded to us already. And that'll actually be administered through Claremont, although we'll work with them, of course, to put that all together. So I wanted to announce that. I think you may have all have heard that or know that already. So, and then if you could put a couple of maps up on the screen really quick, just I promise this won't be too long.
Which one would you like first? We have them both ready.
No, I'm going to do that. Let's put up the missing link. There you go. So news from CFX, this missing link, we have approved an agreement with Orange County to fund that road segment. It's the missing mile between the 429 and Wellness Way Boulevard, not State Road 516. And, this was a concern. You can literally see construction going right up to the Lake County, Orange County line of Wellness Way Boulevard in Wellness Way, which is central, of course, to our economic development plans to put job centers on the map. This is missing link now. I'm not sure exactly when this construction will occur, but the agreement with CFX and Orange County certainly expedites that now to construct it again from 429 New Independence Parkway to Wellness Way Boulevard. So this will happen in relative terms quickly. So that's good news for us because that was going to be a problem. If that was never done, then you have a dead end.
Road to nowhere.
The road to nowhere. So that's great news.
So you're saying that they're going to go ahead and build that?
Yeah, that will be built.
Fantastic news. Good job.
Yep.
Good job.
I appreciate it. There was a lot of people that did some good work on that. And then the next map too, quickly. So it's a little bit of good news here. 2 years ago on CFX, we went through 2045 long-range planning, and this corridor became sort of labeled as a corridor of concern or a corridor for future planning, and that is specifically, this is Highway 50 in South Lake County, and that's the Florida Turnpike. And all my South Lake friends, well, all of you probably know this, just how lovely it is in the morning and in the afternoon trying to get on and off Florida's Turnpike on Highway 50. So a couple years ago, this was put as a corridor of concern on the 2045 plan for CFX. And now CFX has, as of the last meeting, we have agreed to actually go ahead and start moving that up and study. We're going to study the toll feasibility of a direct connection from the Turnpike through that little portion of Orange County, potentially all the way up. I don't want to say County Road 455 because people will assume that's where it's going to go, but there'll be express lane connections, hopefully, in sometime in the future, making it a lot easier to get on the Turnpike from Highway 50 in Lake County, because you know that as you go past all that development that's occurring right there, you can wait a long, long time in these signals. You have people trying to get over and get into the right lane, and the right lane backs up several miles outside of the turnpike. So that's going to be an express lane project that we're going to explore and study. So I want to be very clear, I don't know when that will be constructed. It's just we have taken the step to move to the next step, and that is study this a little more in detail with toll feasibility. So a bit of a good news there for the traffic concerns on Highway 50 coming out of Claremont. That's all I have.
All right, great. That's good. Great update. Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, I wanted to say that I joined Commissioner Parks, Commissioner Morris at the fire station groundbreaking.
I think I was there. Mount Verd, right?
Yeah, Mount Verd, yeah. Mount Verd fire station. I've had several conversations with the citizens about conservation land right here in Tavares, looking at opportunities there to change that land from what he currently has over into conservation. I went to the Liberty Tree celebration in Leesburg. It was absolutely fantastic. That was on Monday. And then on Monday, went to Tallahassee with Jennifer, met all the state representatives and St. John's Water Management. Well, we had 14 meetings that day. Very well received, a lot of work, gave them a lot of information, and I think we're going to be okay there, giving them our late priorities. And then had the Hickory Point boat ramp ribbon cutting. Thank you to Parks and Recreation and everybody in Lake County Water Authority. Everything's great there. And I must say, Chairman, that, last meeting, I probably wasn't on my best behavior, and I let my emotions get to me, so I apologize if I made you feel bad, or if I said some things that were not right. It was not my intention, so I apologize.
Apology accepted. All right, Commissioner Morris.
Making all my committee meetings, learning a lot more about Lake County and how it operates. Went to a meeting that Pulte Homes put in, was looking in the Lady Lake area, and there was probably 150 people there, so it's going to be very contentious up in that area with growth, so that was something that was going to go into the town, so you'll probably start getting some calls on that.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. And because I have the next report, and I just want to make sure that Commissioner Smith has whatever he may need to make it through the last part of the meeting. In fact, I have some really great Florida goodies. Florida Sunrise Orange Jelly Candy. I've got Florida Beef Jerky. I've got Florida Taffy. About anything you could want or need to keep you happy.
Well, thank you.
While I give my report. Okay, so my report is...
Those are good candies, by the way. The Anastasia,
tangerines.
Orlando-based, right?
Yep. On Saturday, great event out in Sorrento, Neighborhood Lakes, honoring Catherine Hansen and naming the road there, that segment of Sorrento Avenue, in honor of Catherine for her great service for so many years in Lake County, not just on the county commission, but in the community and all that she did for Northeast Lake County. So that was a great event. Staff did an excellent job. Thanks to her family for helping pull all that together. Hickory Point boat ramp opening, excellent event. Thank you to Lake County Water Authority. They've been working on that for a very long time, and for Parks and Trails and all that they did, Parks and Rec for bringing that together. The boat ramps are longer and deeper, and they are the state-of-the-art boat ramps, a model for other ramps throughout Central Florida and Florida. I learned that as part of this event. I attended the Early Learning Coalition meeting last week. After our last meeting, I represented the county at the First Presbyterian Church of Eustis, their 140th celebration, fabulous service. They had great music, and they were super appreciative of the proclamation that we adopted. I attended an opioid task force meeting, and that will be coming back for more discussion by this board. We do have a retreat tomorrow that starts at 9 a.m. We'll be over at the EOC, right? So we'll be delving into some of these issues more deeply. I met with Representative Gentry, actually out at the Lake County Water Authority Wolf Branch Sink Preserve, and showed him the situation with the odor issues as well as the water quality concerns and surface flow concerns. That was an excellent meeting. I think that, and then I was up at Silver Glen, or in Astor, talking about Silver Glen, and that was a great meeting. I have to say that the people that attended the meeting, probably 200, were all very thoughtful speakers, presented a lot of information. There was a lot of information that came out with regard to the St. Johns River and concerns about herbicide treatments and the fact that eelgrass was not only dying in the Glen, it's dying throughout the river because of those herbicide treatments, and a lot of discussion about what do we do about water quality issues on the St. Johns as well. But the Fish and Wildlife, is taking this under consideration. They're recommending approval of the Springs Protection Zone. I argued to the group that it was a extreme, super extreme measure. It was going too far in preventing boaters from actually getting into the Glen and being able to enjoy that really wonderful natural wonder. I have had meetings since with Captain Meisinger and Marine Patrol staff, trying to get input about what we might be able to do at the local level to get ahead of this a little bit more, because if this extreme measure comes down, I personally think that if they do put this in place, there's going to be a lawsuit, because the statute, the way it reads right now, it doesn't tell you what harm to the springs and harm to that area really, what that criteria is, what that threshold. It's very vague. But that's an issue separate from the fact that there are ways to protect that area and tamp down on that party atmosphere and make it more of a natural experience like it should be within a national forest and a natural resource like that. And I'd like to bring back some ideas to this board, which I think that we could go along in helping solve that situation. We'd need some support from FWC. We'd probably need some state money to make some of it happen. But locally, I think our team and the sheriff's group are really capable of making some positive changes if we give them the tools. And so I'd like to bring that back and talk about that more. So that's my report today. We'll be meeting tomorrow, and I just hope that Commissioner Smith will share all of his goodies with everyone. And I'm going to turn it over to you for the tell us what today is.
Well, and I was looking in here because it was very, but I don't have one. So today, in case you were wondering, today is chocolate-covered nut day.
Oh, if I'd only known, I could have thrown in some chocolate-covered peanuts. All right. Well, that concludes our meeting. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow morning.
How's it going?
Good, how you doing? Good. Yeah.